drumroll finishes, and the target is
and it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
It's the final day's worth of action here in qualification this week at the Super Series. Welcome along to the Live Lounge. Welcome along to Portsmouth. Welcome along to Pluto TV. Afternoon, welcome along to the action here at the Modus Super Series, where by the end of play today we will find out the final 5 players that are going to make it through to Saturday night's final. We're going to be watching it all in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson, and so far so good for the Midlands boys, David Pallett and Jamie Atkins.
I think that is a very apt phrase. So far so good, because it really does constitute the fact that the job is only half done. Dave Pallett was brilliant yesterday. Jamie Atkins last night was really good, but in one of his games he was a bit fortunate. He had 30 darts at a double in one of those contests and was still able to get through it. But by the end of the night, beating Jensen Walker, that is why he's in such a great position, because he's got a 4-point cushion at the top. Yeah,
he's top of the table. We can have a look at that now. 4 points clear with the defending champion Jensen Walker in second position. Jurgen van der Velde also on 4 points. Work to do for Messrs McGuire and Quantock, and Jim will probably be thinking how he's only picked up 2 points following the first night's play, particularly after the start he made to proceed. That's Group B. We'll see that come to a close tonight from 10 p.m. Group C is what we are watching this afternoon, and it is David Pallett that leads the way, having picked up 5 wins from his 5 matches on Thursday. And look, if we're going to be honest, we didn't quite know what sort of form he was going to be in going into this week, but he set his stall out straight away with this win against Ricardo Ham.
Absolutely right. A great start, a huge confidence boost coming into this week. He has shown that he's got these levels before, but some of his form in the past has been flagging, it's been spectacular, very rarely in between. What we saw from Dave yesterday was very, very impressive at the start with the ton plus average. But the way he was able to temper the rest of the day with marginal disappointment, but still managing to get the wins, that's what impressed me the most. A really good day for Dave. And I really hope for his sake that he gets through today, because if he's up against the likes of Steve Beaton and some others on Saturday night, it could be very, very good.
Ricardo Ham, real improvement from the first 3 days to yesterday.
Absolutely. And I think the first game against Pallett gave him a bit of guidance as to how he was going to win matches yesterday. We've seen little bits here and there over the course of Group A from Ricardo that he can obviously play this game to a very high level. But what we saw yesterday was a bit more gritty. He was able to find that extra level just when he needed it. And by the end of the day, he put himself in a very good position.
So this is how the table looks going into this afternoon's action. David Pallett on 10 points, Ricardo Ham on 8, and it's fairly uniform from that point downwards. So that's the table. These are the odds, and this is what the bookies think about today's action. David Pallett 8 to 11 on, and if he plays anywhere or anything like he played yesterday, that could be a close to foregone conclusion.
If he gets the same start as yesterday, I don't see him outside of the top 1 positions in this group. I see him winning it. But he must get off to a good start. If things stumble at the beginning, people could potentially overtake. But I'm not surprised to see all of the odds the way they are, because they've gone in uniform order with the league table. And based on the information that we've got, that's about right.
18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. And it is the final day of qualification ahead of tomorrow night's final. A night that will be played in front of a packed out crowd here in Portsmouth. And if you want to be here on any given Saturday, we'll take a look at this. Final day's play in Group C. This is how the table looks going into it. David Pallett leads the way, 10 points to his name. Ricardo Ham on 8. Smith-Neale on 6. Lee Evans on 4. Johnny Barnes on 2. And Richie Edwards of Alte win to his name so far. Still without leg to his name so far. Steve Beaton, the first player confirmed through to tomorrow night's final. He won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. We will see Group B come to its conclusion tonight, where it is Jamie Atkins that leads the way, having picked up a maximum of 8 points from his first 4 games. Jensen Walker and Julian van der Velde are the next best in that, and Group C is going to be what concludes us throughout the course of the afternoon. The asset, Paul Nicholson, is with me here in commentary. And look, you look at today, and I suppose the big question is, can David Pallett carry on carrying on?
He most definitely can. I don't think overnight a great deal has to change for him to be successful once again. He might even be looking at a possible 20-point target. When he spoke to us yesterday, he said he wanted to do exactly the same again, and I think that's a very healthy mindset. You obviously want to win your first game, get off to a good start. If he does that, there's no reason why he can't find his way to 20 points today, because yesterday he was so much better than everybody else. But when we come into our first game, it's a very, very different mindset that these two have. One person just wants to get his first leg, and the person against him, Johnny Barnes, he's just looking to get as many points as he possibly can today to cause some problems for the people above him.
Well, Richie Edwards, the 36-year-old from Pontypridd in Wales, ended day one legless up against Johnny Barnes, the 56-year-old from Darlow. Former weekly finalist in his previous appearance here. But it looks like for these two, it's going to be their last day here in Portsmouth. We kick off with a meeting between the two players at the bottom of the Group C table. Owen Binks with a rather inquisitive look on his face ahead of the
First leg, it's
beginning
Richie
of today's
to throw
action.
first. Game on.
Paul Nicholson alongside me. What do we expect to see from this afternoon?
57.
Oh, this is surely just a free hit for Edwards. He'll be writhing after yesterday,
70.
not picking up a leg. That'll be a shock to the system. So just walking into this building this morning, one of two things happens in a situation like that. One, you have an element of
85.
fear going back into battle because you had 0 success yesterday. Or you can somewhat philosophically say,
81.
well, it can't get any worse.
Oh, it can.
I'm not sure it can. For someone of his ability, now this guy can play,
40.
but I can't see it getting any worse than yesterday. So go out there, have an element of freedom, just play within
81.
yourself, and don't put any pressure on anything. Just play.
Well, I think it's fair to say, I was speaking to actually some of the players from Group B. They actually, a lot of players
81.
usually share the same kind of accommodation, and they were just saying as they were passing one another, some of the B players and the C players, that even despite everything
99.
that happened yesterday, Rich was trying to keep as positive a slant on things as he possibly can. And I can imagine it was a very difficult day for him, but
95.
it's a fresh day, it's a fresh
Johnny at
mindset, and
170.
I suppose effectively he just completely starts again. It's a complete and utter standing start for him.
81.
Absolutely.
Richie
It's like he's been left on the grid.
143.
To use one of your favourite sports there, Henry.
Start again, just see what's what. That's all he really can do. And look, he's a player that's
57. Johnny
played for his
89.
country. He's played at Lakeside. We know that he's got class and quality.
Johnny's got the ball.
47.
Drags that
Richie
one low and
Raquan,
left.
86.
Giving Edwards his first opportunity of the day to get that elusive leg. He does have a shot at the ball himself.
Game shot on the first
There you go.
leg.
Today's
Richie
a very
Edwards.
different day. Today's a
So
new
against
day.
Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Look at the relief on there. That is a nice thing to see. After everything he went through yesterday, it just
45.
had to be a bullseye finish, didn't it?
There's not a man, woman, or child that will begrudge Richie Edwards that moment.
He only had 13 darts at a double yesterday. Today, he's 100%.
41.
And that is going to be an absolute settler for him.
45.
Now that he's got that, he can just go ahead and play now. Don't put any pressure on getting the first win. Just keep building.
86.
Every leg he takes today causes other people problems. Same could be said for Barnes.
83.
Because if we believe that those two guys are completely out of it, everything they take from the people above them causes them a headache in their quest to make Saturday.
180.
That's only his second 180 of this campaign,
60.
but he already looks like a different player. You never know. Today he might not lose a leg.
100.
That'd be a story, wouldn't it? He doesn't win a leg on Thursday, then he wins every leg he plays on Friday. That would be something else.
An antithesis day.
92.
But this is for 2-0, and he's got
Richie
6
required
starts
54.
here. For 2-0, here's Richie Edwards. Missed the big number. I think he got a little bit excited there. He's going to get a dart at double 16, and he's going to
22.
get 3 more when he returns.
If indeed he needs them.
40.
This is a slow
Richie
start from
requires
Barnes,
32.
unfortunately. This is something that Edwards can use to his advantage. That's almost an impossible dart he's got coming now. If he hits this double 16, it will be shot of the week. It's got to be lofty, it's got to be high, and it's got to be perfect. That is an
Game
unbelievable
shot. Second
shot.
leg. Richie
What are you going to do
Edwards.
for your next trick, Tricky?
So like it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
I am speechless at that shot. That is out of this world.
Well, to get that double 16 on time, it was tricky from Richie.
100.
This is a different man. This is a new man. This is a revitalized man.
It's a nice word to use.
26.
His confidence is something that can grow today. You don't get your confidence back in its entirety in a matter of
91.
minutes. You have to build it. 1 leg, 1 minute at a time.
60.
If I were in his shoes after hitting that double 16, I'd be thinking to myself, there's no double I
60.
can't hit now. Yesterday, he had a few open goals, or in
85.
this sports terms, open doubles. He didn't hit any. But now he's already found a goal that is very closely guarded.
140.
Averaging 84 and a bit here is Richie. And look, we know when we spoke about his qualities, beginning just to bring it to the
85.
fore here. And I think
Richie
the
requires
one
70.
objective of him today, I don't think he was even looking at winning a game. I think it was just getting that first leg and then just taking everything from that point onwards.
His best
30.
average yesterday was against Barnes. 81 and change. The reason
40.
why his average was so high is
Richie
because
require 40.
he didn't have a dart at a double and Barnes played really nicely. Double 10.
30.
How many times do we say it when an opponent's not on a finish? The worst thing you want to do is go inside on double 10.
100. Richie require.
This for free
10.
zip, and this for scoreline, which was somewhat against the scorecard earlier on.
Game shot on the third leg.
But there's
Richie
just
Edwards.
the beginning of a feeling here that Johnny Barnes may well be hitting a bit of a wall, that the
Game on.
extremities of the week are just beginning to hit him a little bit here on Friday.
140.
Edwards wins this game, and both players are going to be 6 points behind the second position in the table
83.
with 4 games to go. You saw those odds at the start of play for winning the group.
41.
500 to 1 for Edwards to win the group. The reason they were so long is because it's incredibly unlikely. But we've already seen 100 to 1 hit
60.
at international pairs. But if you do have a flutter, remember, it's over 18s only, gambleaware.org, and gamble responsibly.
60.
But I don't think anybody thought that Edwards would get this kind of start.
Well, any outcome is possible, no matter how unlikely it may seem, as a
85.
man once said.
$60.
I was doing a bit of digging yesterday about barnstormers. I didn't realise that a barnstormer
83.
is a plane. Hence the logo that he's got.
60.
What type of plane is it?
An old plane. Not the kind of thing you would step in to with a boarding pass.
Type of things that the Wright brothers would have looked at.
Maybe a little later than that, but the same sort of
84.
era, yeah.
Johnny require 140.
140 on offing here for Barnes, not to be on this occasion. And so Edwards here is back for 106 to win this
100.
match and
Richie
to
require
get his first win on the
106.
board. He got his first leg in this game for the week. Is he going to get his first win of the week right here, right now? Treble 18 stays there for double 13 and gets double 13. And that's the perfect start for Richie Edwards. And what a difference a day really can make. He did it with a leg on Thursday, but yet has kicked off his Friday campaign with a 4-0 victory. Who was this imposter that was throwing on Thursday? Because this is completely different now. 4-0, Richie Edwards beats Johnny Barnes. Coming up after the break, David Pallett takes on Adam Smith-Neale. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Richie Edwards got his first win of the week, a 4-0 success over Johnny Barnes. Match number 2 sees Adam Smith-Neale and David Pallett duke it out against one another. Pallett, who completed the card on the opening day, and he kick-started his day yesterday with an average just under 105. The 35-year-old from Newport went up twice in Series 1. He actually lost the first ever week that we had to Robert Owen. Up against Adam Smith-Neale, the 31-year-old from Nuneaton, making his second appearance. The last time he was here, he was on the receiving end of a 9-dar bid from Conor Heenahan. 6 points for him overnight in a decent position, but he knows he's going to have to make a bit of a kick and a bit of a march today if he's going to see himself through to tomorrow night's finale. About to get underway in our second game of the day. We're available on Pluto TV, which is available on your smart TV and your smart device. And if you haven't done so already, you could download the app from your applicable app store. And you can watch the darts on the go, on the move, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with the dedicated Super Series Pluto TV channel. But for David Pallett, good first day yesterday, and the big question will be, can he follow it up here?
I don't see any reason why he can't.
95.
He had this measure of patience yesterday. There was nothing rushed about Thursday's action from Dave. And I like the fact that you brought up that he played in the very first Series 1, Week 1 finals night. He actually played the first ever finals night game in this format. All the way back on July 30th, 2022.
140.
So it was 3 years on Wednesday.
140. David required 41.
And he's off to a flyer once again. Just like he was yesterday.
Out the traps like a greyhound.
21.
And it almost left
Adam,
the big dog a little bit
126.
skittled, but he has a look at the 1-2-6 to try and get an opening leg break. He's not going to get a poke at the bull.
54.
And so Pallett, 3 more
David
double
required
10
20.
to strike the early initiative.
Very
Games
precise
on the first
and
leg,
very
David
impressive.
Pallett.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Henry, but didn't he start yesterday with a
Second leg, it's Adam
13-darter
to
as
throw
well?
first. Game on.
Indeed he did. His first game, as I mentioned, was at 104.96 average against
96.
Ricardo Ham, and he rattled off legs of 13-14, 13-15 to get over the line in that one.
When he's playing well, he really does know how to get out of the traps. And that first Saturday night game that he played, Series 1, Week 1, he beat Adam Atkinson by 4 legs to 2, averaged 96 in that game. And then in his other group game, he'd beat Jelle Klaassen 4 legs to 0, averaging nearly 99.
171!
Now, Dave, what are you up to? And how does he want to try it?
100. David, you require
I think there's only one way he wants to try this. By going the treble 20 route and then missing.
41.
I'm a little surprised. But maybe
58.
he's not the same
David,
Dave
you
Pallett
require
anymore.
109.
Maybe he's a new and improved and more shrewd Dave Pallett. Well, this is interesting. This is a bit more like the old school Pallett.
89.
I mean, genuinely speaking, who goes treble 18 on 109?
He's playing as like a fiddler, isn't he, David Pallett, right now? But this
40.
could be back-to-back.
David, you require 20.
13 darters for the first couple of legs of this contest if he can find double 10 first dart. Doesn't matter how, as long as he does.
No score.
And he's just
Adam, you
presented
require
a chance here
147.
to Adam Smith-Neale. Is he going to take the chance? Yes, he is.
Shot in the second leg. Adam Smith-Neale.
A 147 for Adam Smith-Neale as
So against
David
David
Pallett
to throw
threatened
first.
back-to-back
Game
13 dart legs. And we are back level at 1 apiece.
Well, that was a bit of a flashy steal, wasn't it?
$92.
I don't know if you caught that last dart, but there was a bit of shoulder involved. Every now and again, it doesn't matter how it gets there as long as it does. Finish one of his games. And that is how you do it. Save your best finish for the very last one. It's the best time to do it.
Well, in terms of Adam Smith-Neale's day yesterday, average of 81.29, his finishing left a bit to be desired. The lowest finishing stats of anybody who did hit a double
58.
yesterday, 24%, 15 hits and 62 attempts. But interestingly, no big range in terms of performance. His average 81 for the day, but actually his highest average was 88.86. He kind of knew what to expect of Adam over the course of yesterday. It was going to be low to mid-80s. It was going to be okay, but if you maybe just kicked on and pushed on a little bit, you're probably going to get the measure of him.
93.
We judge him
David,
by the
you
standards
require
that he had when he won the
167.
World Masters. That was a while ago. That was 7 years ago. Yesterday, Dave did say something to us.
93.
He said he was struggling
Adam,
to
you require
reach the treble
150.
20 at times. Not again. Double 15.
135. David, you require 74.
If there is such a thing as a double haymaker, we've just nearly seen it. One dart and double top to take the lead.
54. Adam, you require 15.
Didn't have that many hiccups against Adam yesterday.
7.
But that is a hiccup.
David, you require 20.
That was a chance to get more legs than he did against Pallett yesterday. Dave's looking at 10s again.
Game shot on the third
And
leg.
yet again, he hits the outside
David
wire
Pallett.
on the right side.
Fourth leg against Adam.
Pallett's spending a lot of time in and around that double 10 so far today. Bit love-hate, but he finds himself 2-1 up.
81.
What's your favourite double, Henry? I know you've just started playing a few bits and bobs.
Well, judging by my performances, absolutely none of them.
It's not going to do your confidence any good, is it?
No, I'm a tops man myself. Hate double 10, but decent on
55.
tops. I do like a good little double 4. Don't mind a good double 4.
I've never heard anybody put it like that.
Whoa!
We've seen plenty of those.
180.
Anyway, that's a trailblazing analysis of the ADC UK number 1,546. I'm not bottom, though. I'm not bottom of the ADC rankings, which is incredible.
Dave Pallett's got 3 maximums
60.
in this game. He didn't need any against Adam yesterday. He did have a nice total of 7 yesterday, so he's already in double figures for this group. He's not going for this.
121.
You have to admire that. He didn't even look at the 51. He didn't even think about it.
Third leg in this game. He's left himself on a double after 12
59.
darts, David Pallett.
David McGuire, 40.
Tops low again.
James
10s
on the
hit
fourth
again.
leg. David Pallett.
Call him David Patton, not David Pallett, because
it's
there
David
are
to throw
so
first.
many Pattons
Game on.
in this performance. The fact that he's averaging 97.5 and he's missed 8 darts at a double tells you what kind of ceiling this 2-time winner on the WDF circuit this year has got.
56.
He was literally a class above yesterday. All of the players in this group. I think if they'd
58.
played another round straight after yesterday, he would have won 20 points.
Well, he was 6 points better off for the next best player, and that was Ricardo Ham. Pallett with an average of 93.71 for the session. His doubling
57.
was bespoke as well. 20 hits on 51 attempts. That equates to a doubles percentage of 39. 7 180s as well in the
96.
session, which was the joint most. In fact, 3 players had 7 180s for the session. And as we mentioned earlier on, kicked off his day yesterday with that 104.96 high average. And he's doing something not quite as high, but something of similar proportions as he piles in his 4th max of the match.
100.
Adam just can't live with this right now. He's exactly in that range that you were talking about. He's averaging 84. And if Dave's playing well, he will destroy an 84 average. The one thing he's missing from the 5.75 games he's played is a Tom Plus checkout. He doesn't have one this week yet.
It's been that good so far. He hasn't needed one, but is he going to get one to win this contest? Just underneath the wire.
140.
But he gets the next best result, leaving himself on a double, unless Smith-Neale can do it again. No, he's not.
137. David, you require 12.
That's an interesting leave. That's an interesting marker. Has that kicked a little bit left? It has.
But he's found a way through, and 12 points gives him 12 points. And it means he opens up a 6-point gap on Adam Smith-Neale in 3rd position in the group. And it means that David Pallett now is getting himself oh so close to tomorrow night's final. He is building up some breathing space between him and those behind him. 4-1 success in his first game of the day. Lee Evans and Ricardo Ham follows up after the break.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26.
Charlie
time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got it, the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, David Pallett made it 6 wins out of 6 with a 4-1 victory against Adam Smith-Neale, average of 95.5, 4 180s in there in that particular win. Our third match is a meeting between Lee Evans and Ricardo Ham. We can very quickly see where the land's going to lie in terms of this league table come the end of this, because I mean, for that man there, Ricardo, as he retrieves his final practice darts, have put him right on the cusp. As for Lee Evans, a 36-year-old from Gloucestershire, twice a weekly finalist, a former winner in this building, has played before at a Champions Week. Ricardo Ham from Rotterdam, or anywhere for that matter, making his second appearance here at the Super Series and looking to make it through to his first Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Let's be frank. Ricardo is from Rotterdam. He's not from Liverpool or Rome.
First.
No.
Game on.
But if he is ever to use a walk-on song, if he doesn't use that by the beautiful South, then he's missed a trick.
Well, Ricardo Ham yesterday showed how he's one hock of a player.
45.
You know when you can feel something coming? And you know how bad it's going to be.
140.
Yeah, we saw that one coming. That was pretty bad, Henry. I'm a very big fan of a hock.
140.
But very much like a ham hock. Let's face it. If you want to get them right, you've got to cook them
140.
slowly. And Ricardo this week has been cooking slowly, and he's getting up to temperature now. He's getting up to flavour. Just needs a little bit of seasoning and a little bit more time, and he might be in Saturday for the big banquet.
Well, there was points in Group A where he thought maybe his chances were smoked.
60.
But he's very much seasoning up as we head towards the business end of the week.
You know what the best thing is to use to cook ham, especially for Christmas?
96.
You cook it in
Ricardo
Coca-Cola.
161.
Do ya? It's a shame because my mum's allergic to the taste of Coca-Cola, so that will not be happening.
She's allergic to the taste of it. That's pretty
45.
specific.
Yeah.
Lee require
She cannot have cola, so that will not be happening in the Deacon household this Christmas.
That's a shame. How about tops? For an Evans above shot.
65.
Right on line.
Ricardo, you're
Just a tiny bit short.
76. Lee require 20.
Well, this would hamper Ricardo's chances. I'll just get him out of the way in the first leg.
Keep going left, Lee. This is a really tough shot. But look at that. What is it about that side of the board in the last 5 minutes? Pallett blocks double six, still hits it.
Game on.
Evans blocks double 10 twice and still hits that.
Interesting speaking to Lee Evans this morning. He was talking about some of the issues that he's had in terms
60.
of injury over the last couple of years or so. He was actually saying that so much has changed to the point where he's actually had to change which doubles he goes on, which doubles he don't. He's traditionally a 16s and 8s man, but when the injury occurred, he kind of had to change the way he threw, and so tops and 10s became his favourable breakdown.
I admire the fact that he was able to make those changes.
100.
Because the stubbornness of your average dart player would state that they would stay on their favourites anyway. I like that he has got this thought process of doing what's necessary.
46.
But after speaking to Lee this morning as part of our Tungsten Talk series, it will be available very soon. It does highlight
100.
that there is a lack of knowledge in this sport at the top level about recovery. What do you do when you've had a long day? Let's say, for instance, when
82.
Sebastian Białowski was winning a title a couple of days ago. You've been on your feet all day, you'll be tired, possibly a little
45.
dehydrated with all of the sweat from hot dartboard cubicles, that kind of thing. All these things should be taken into consideration as to how you recover before the next day of competition.
177.
That chat is for another day. But the recovery of Evans,
140. Lee requires
if it
60.
happens today, I'll be the first to shake his hand.
Game
Because
from
look
the
at
second
that.
leg. Lee Evans.
4 premium darts to get a 2-0 lead.
Third leg is Lee
And
to
he
throw
would
first.
not be far off Ricardo in the table if he
Game
were
on.
to beat him right here.
It's kind of a little bit bananas here. That was a 13 darter, left himself handily after 12 in the previous leg.
$58.
And at the moment, Ricardo is a ham to the slaughter.
85.
It's funny, with all these jokes around me, all I can smell is cheese. I shouldn't have to explain that.
59.
Do you know the phrase ham-fisted?
96.
No, but I get the feeling I'm going to learn.
It means that you're heavy-handed. As a dart player, you've got to be very delicate with your grip. So you can't really be ham-fisted when holding something as
60.
light as a dart with a connected stem in flight. Especially the way that Ricardo holds his dart there and just pinches his fingers together at the end.
140.
It's a lovely smooth throw that he has. But the moment you start pinching that dart too much, that's when the dart doesn't fly right. That is what takes practice. This is a really good performance from Evans. 92 average so far. And considering
85.
he had an 86 average for all of yesterday, this is a nice way to start the day. Maybe to christen what could be a better Friday than Thursday.
140.
He's so close
Ricardo
to one of those
95.
premium performances. he's promised all week.
55.
I was going to say the word tidy, but I feel like tidy's
require
understating
44.
it a little bit from Lee Evans right now. This is a 3-0. This is the big number. Oh, he's miscounted.
Game shot on the
Oh,
third
yeah,
leg.
no, he was
Lee
right. He was
Evans.
16 left, not 26.
Full flag, it's Ricardo to
I think the
throw
referee
first.
just needed a second look because that double 8 was right at the bottom. He was just making sure it wasn't in the double 16. It was super, super tight to the wire. He knew exactly what he was doing. Single 3 leaves double 16. Single 19 leaves double 8.
60.
All's well that ends well.
Well, we got there in the end.
$45. 100.
Games aren't very tight so far, Henry. 4-0 to Edwards.
100.
4-1 to Pallett. Both won with the darts. Bodes very well for Lee, doesn't it? He's got the darts in this game.
100.
More stretch than a piece of blue tack so far in these games thus far.
Just surveying his position here. I like that.
94.
Just trying to leave a number that he's comfortable with. Now, 262, decent number because you need to use the
81.
treble 20 department first, but you can have an easy switch if you get a good amount of 20s here.
$58.
Hasn't worked out
Ricardo,
this time,
you're
so
up
Ham got a
106.
chance. 6 darts from here to get on the board.
100.
Started with a leg difference of +8 and 8 points. The last thing he needs is to be halted immediately to 0.
44. Ricardo, you require 60.
Well, at least gets him on the board, and he's got a clean sight at double 10.
40.
Now, Lee Evans took out this 160 yesterday. If he finds
Lee,
it
you require
again,
160.
he seals a 4-0 win against Ricardo Ham to kick off his day. Ricardo got drubbed in his first game on Thursday. Is the same thing going to happen here? Just wide the other side into the treble 5 with dart 2.
He was trying to hit that
95.
dart, wasn't he? He
Ricardo,
made it
you require
shake,
20.
but it ricocheted into the treble 5.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
It's cost him the match for
Ricardo.
now. And that would have been the epitome
Fifth leg, it's Lee to throw
of
first.
what we saw yesterday,
Yeah.
because both of these players took it 160 yesterday. Ham actually hit it to beat Evans yesterday. It would have been so weird if it had gone the other way.
So Evans with the darts in his hand to win this match, leading by 3 legs to 1 and finding his second 180 of the contest. Maybe nothing
100.
more than a stay of execution for Ricardo.
$100.
When you get a 3-0 lead in best of 7, you don't mind having a little stumble towards the end. But then your attitude has to change.
100.
You draw a line in the sand mentally and you say, right, you've had your little stay of execution, like you put it. Now I'm going to finish this off.
54.
That's how elite players think. Michael van Gerwen once talked about how when he played best of 15,
140.
that he might have 1 or 2 legs where
They
his
require
mind just
167.
goes to sleep a little bit, but when it wakes up, he says, right, this is finished, let's get it done.
45.
And the amount of times he did
Ricardo, you
it
require
was frightening.
161.
So 161 then for Ricardo Ham, down for treble 17, bullseye. Oh,
Game shot the fifth leg.
Ricardo!
Ricardo Ham. Sick flag, it's Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
Putting the do in Ricardo. Get that done. And he's not done yet. He's very much back in this match. We're back on throw all of a sudden.
100.
That was the best finish of this group so far, but not the best of the week. That finish
85.
changes everything. When Evans was starting that fifth leg with a max, I think everybody who was
100.
watching thought, right, this is done now. He's going to win this 4-1. All of a sudden, Ricardo puts up this big fence and says, oh no, I'm at the gate
58.
here. You aren't getting through. Not yet.
Well, it looked like Ricardo Ham was cooked, didn't he, early on in the game? But
100.
maybe just needed some time to settle.
Or in cooking terms, some time to rest
68.
before everything's perfect. You know the golden rule, don't you? Rest it as long as you cook it.
100.
So if this game's going to be, let's say, 14 minutes, someone's going to be cooked, and then they've got a minimum of 15 minutes off before the next round begins for them. Evans plays game number 6 against Pallett. Ham's
40.
got Barnes in game 5,
Ricardo,
so he's got that
101.
15 to 20 minutes off after this game, whatever the result. Oh, what have you done?
61.
He's overcooked that one.
He's overcooked it and it spat out the pan. But this game really is
90.
bubbling up nicely.
Ricardo, you require 40.
Have we got a crescendo to it? Double top.
Game shot
That
with
is a
sick flag.
beautifully crafted shot.
Ricardo Ham.
We are going all the way.
7th and final leg.
Ricardo's
is
done a
Lee to
really
throw
good job
first.
here because he's denied Lee Evans
Game
any
on.
match darts. When he was 3-1 up and starting with a max, you thought he's going to win, but surely he's going to get a match dart. He hasn't had one yet.
40.
Closest he got was the diversion into the treble 5 off the back of the 160 combination.
And after 3 legs, we were looking at his average and it was about 92.
100.
Look at it now. It's gone down by 9 points.
More flip-flops than Bournemouth Beach today.
And Ricardo's average has gone to 92.
135.
So there has been a change since the start of leg number 5.
100.
What kind of beach have they got in Bournemouth? It's a pebble beach, isn't it?
No, nice and sandy in
Oh,
Bournemouth.
that's nice.
Yeah.
That's a proper beach then, not like
Yeah.
the one in Portsmouth.
You could wear flip-flops there, although flip-flops are banned here.
125.
No flip-flops in the live lounge.
I'll flip-flop you in a minute.
100.
Well, this really is impressive from Ricardo, isn't it? If he wins this match, he's going to go to 10 points. 2 points behind Pallett. And 4 points ahead of the chasing pack. This is not the result they wanted.
Treble 17 would have been for the Harrison for Ham.
57.
But Evans looking to get the
Lee
job done here.
required
Looking at
96.
96 to complete a 4-3 win. He was 3-0 up.
If Evans hits this, look at his expression. He finally gets a match dart after everything he's been through the last couple of legs.
And it'll be a look of relief more than anything else. It is a look of relief more than anything else. He was forced to work for it in the end. It was a 14 darter that rounded it off for Lee Evans. He had led the game 3-0. Ricardo Ham had pulled it all the way back to a last leg decider, but it was Evans that was able to cross the line. Tail of the tape looks as follows. Evans got to a quick start. Ham improved as the game went along, but it was Lee that was able to win it in 7. Smith-Neale and Edwards is next.
you know, that stance, that balance, that posture, that elbow, that follow-through, that elevation of the wrist, that dart, few for all are into the mixing point. That's why you've got someone who's had the career of Steve Beaton.
A former BDO World Master, a BDO Champion of the World, the Bronze Adonis, Steve Beaton!
What a way this would be to start the week. Steve Beaton.
Yes, double 14 to win it in style, to win it for 1-point checkout.
Beaton needs a big E to bring us level. He gets it, 154.
Yeah, Steve Beaton, the first player through to tomorrow night's final. We'll see him here from 7:30 tomorrow night on Pluto TV. It looks like we're going to see David Pallett join him. He was one of the 3 winners in the first round's worth of fixtures, getting the better of Adam Smith-Neale by 4 legs to 1. We also saw wins for Richie Edwards, and before the break, Lee Evans in a last leg decider against Ricardo Ham. Match number 4 is a meeting between Richie Edwards and Adam Smith-Neale, who took a bit of a tumble as he went for his final practice out. So a bit of a trip anyway. For Richie, he got his first win in that match against Johnny Barnes. Got his first legs in that game against Johnny Barnes. How contrasting 2 days can be.
First leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Here's a question for you. Who was the biggest recipient in the practice room courtesy of that
85.
Lee Evans win just now? Adam Smith-Neale. Because keeping Ricardo at 8 points was massively important for him. If he now beats Edwards, he can join Ricardo on 8 points, albeit with Lee Evans having a game in hand.
180!
He's been absolutely battered by Dave Pallett in that second game. I think anyone can agree with that. Dave was way too good for him on that occasion.
40.
But his chances of getting through this group haven't even been bruised yet.
60.
Well, Smith-Neale off to the better start of the pair in this contest.
40.
And he's got 6, 9, 12 probably darts from 176 to take the opening leg.
80.
Always helps when you get all 3 sticking in the board. He throws a very light dart, does Adam. Not the first time I've seen one of his darts tumble to the floor.
40. And we require 96.
Because he throws them very delicately.
56.
That is more than sufficient. This is more like the Edwards we saw yesterday. That's more like the Edwards we've seen today.
But it's a case of too little, too late in this leg, because Smith-Neale looks at top to take a 1-0 lead. Double 10.
Game shot on the first
found
leg.
eventually.
Adam Smith-Neale.
Smith-Neale's on the board.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
I've monitored the way that Adam throws a dart for years. His throw is like no other throw I've ever seen.
134.
Look at the flight when he's throwing here, when he's drawing the dart back. It's spinning the whole time.
57.
It's as if he spins it one way, then another before he throws it. There's so much going on before he even lets the dart go.
Which I suppose is even more intriguing when you consider the actual type of dart he throws. If it was a very grippy dart, then you could maybe understand it. We see with Mervyn King, there's a lot of twist, a lot of movement, but there's a lot of grip on his barrel. But it's silky. Oh,
60.
wow.
Hate to say I told you so. It is not out of the ordinary. That has happened a lot in his career with this setup. He throws them very, very finely. And when they hit the board,
100.
the way they have just there, the flight hits the previous flight first and it tumbles to the floor. And there you go.
79.
50% of the darts in the last two visits have done exactly that.
He's lost 177 points on the floor in this leg.
And yet he could still win the leg.
45.
And look at his attitude right now. He's not wondering why it's happening because he sees it a lot.
73.
It's one of the benefits of the Modus Super Series because they've got multiple games to play over multiple days. We can establish things that go right
82.
and also things that go wrong.
Richie require 151.
These are learning tools for these players. One, they've got to listen. They've got to view it. And then they've got to put it right.
123. Adam, you
Well, we saw Adam Smith-Neale take out of 147 in his first game when his back was a bit against the wall. He's unable to find a 150 here. And so Edwards 2.
Richie require
Level this
28.
game up at 1 apiece. He's looking at double 14. 2 sevens.
No score.
Ouch.
Adam, you require 52.
That should result in 2-0 Smith-Neale.
Game shot on the
That's
second
exactly what
leg.
happens.
Adam Smith-Neale. So
We
like it's
don't
Adam to
have
throw
many.
first. Game on.
Double-barreled names in darts, do we?
Not particularly, no. But I imagine as time moves on, we probably will
50th.
see a few more.
Any reason why you say that? Is it more of a progressive thing?
I think it is. I think it's a bit more of a 21st century thing in terms of, particularly, I mean, there's people that I know that are getting married, for example,
41.
and they'll double barrel their name, a bit like what Alan Warner Little did. I mean, I went to a reception a few weeks ago to a couple that have double barreled their names. I think it's going to be something that you'll see more commonly nowadays, just because societally it's happening more often.
In the world rankings, now here is a
28.
tungsten teaser. This kicks rear end. Who is the first person in the world rankings who has a double-barreled name?
54.
Best tungsten teaser ever, and it's not even mine.
I think it's a pretty good one.
It is good. It's better than the load of rubbish I was going to come up with later.
26.
And just for clarity, I'm not talking about double-barreled
134.
Christian names. We're talking about double-barreled surnames. So someone like Rowby John Rodriguez does not count. Not Rusty Jake, they're Christian names. Smith-Neale is the totality of the surname. That's what we're talking about here.
60. Adam, you require 132.
132 on offer. But
120.
132 not got.
Interestingly, the person I am referencing is the only person who has an official PDC world ranking with a double-barreled surname.
42. Adam, you require 12.
Basement.
Game shot on the
Not for
third
long.
leg. Adam Smith-Neale.
Usually there's trouble down there. But
Full
not
gets Richie
today.
to throw first. Game on.
I know that everybody's got access to the internet with their smart devices because most of you are going to be watching this on your smart TV, I'm sure. So you're probably clicking these
57.
questions into your smart device, getting AI to answer it for you. Well, I'll give you the answer because I'm sure that Henry's got one humdinger of a
140.
tungsten teaser coming later on in Game 8. It is Liam Mendel Lawrence.
Haven't seen him here yet.
46.
No, we haven't.
Yeah, quality player is Liam.
100.
Sure we'll see him here one day.
Yes, the purveyor of the longest game in Euro Tour history
59.
against our Finnish friend. Nearly 50 minutes for 10 legs.
131.
Was that the one where you were quoted as to saying that you could have read War and Peace in that time?
I wasn't on that game. But Marco Cantelet and Liam had a very, very long
44.
game.
Adam, you require 130.
It's somewhat infamous. He doesn't have to go for 60 bull here, and he's not going to.
58.
So 72 for Smith-Neale to complete the most comprehensive of 4-0 wins. Double 12 and now double 6.
60.
Yeah, unfortunately for Edwards, this is pretty much back to square one.
47.
As for Smith-Neale, this is where things might be starting.
Trapdoor found, and Smith-Neale completes a 4-0 win over Richie Edwards. It moves him onto 8 points in the group. Coming up after the break, Johnny Barnes takes on Ricardo Ham. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow.
Right, classification time. The Triple Crown is made up. I'm trying to be nice here. You just got to get real. You don't know.
A lot.
You don't know, do you? Do we have a Triple Crown or not? If the PDC say we do, then we do. It's not up to the broadcasters to make this up. I don't really care who made it up, because everybody's got their opinion,
but take those opinions and burn them.
You've stirred a bit of a debate again, Mr. Nicholson. I see on the social media people are having a chat about some comments you made, re the Triple Crown, which it feels like Christmas. It just becomes an earlier and earlier debate every single year. And I bet next week we'll have a discussion on the Premier League, I'm sure.
All right, read me the comments.
Would you like to read? I can get involved in the.
I'm not shying away from anything.
Okay. Right, let me get my Twitter profile up. This will be fun. I need to find it first.
Right, we'll give Henry some time to find the comments, so
First,
stay tuned to
Johnny
Pluto
to
TV
throw
because
first.
things might get very interesting in the next 5 minutes. So what we've got here is Ricardo Ham sitting in the
100.
table on 8 points. The same as Adam Smith-Neale now, but with a slightly better leg difference than the man
41.
from the West Midlands. As for Barnes, he's not mathematically out of it yet, but most likely out of it.
81.
So, Paul Prendeville quoted, "A lot of fuss over nothing, but Nico is right. It's never been a thing previously, so it hasn't just become a thing. And not for the first
41.
time, invitational tournaments shouldn't be in the same bracket as established majors."
Well, Prenda's is a legitimate journalist within
85.
all of the sporting community, never mind darts. Paul's worked for some great broadcasters, and if he says that, then I hang my hat on it, because Prenda's is
100.
right up there as one of the people I really respect in this business.
James Hubbard, your good pal. He's right. Clarification is key, although I would say a ranked TV tournament is a major. Again, all
22.
opinions, but it needs to be clarified.
All I'm going to say, James, and I know you're probably watching this, Lottie Ward, who is a new female golf
100.
professional, recently won the Scottish Open, which was live on a very large sporting network.
100.
Because it was live on that sporting network doesn't make it a major. If Lottie Ward wins the Women's Open this week at Royal Porthcawl, that's a major.
123.
End of argument.
Johnny Eric 130.
I've got some more comments, but we'll do that in the next leg because both players
47.
want to
Ricardo
finish
Eric
to win leg
196.
one.
Let's have some fun with it. Why not? These guys are looking to have some fun. Ham on double 8.
Game shot on the
Add some eggs
first
to
leg.
that. That's a wonderful
Ricardo
finish.
Ham. Second leg, it's Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
So Ham one up, break in hand, and looking to kick on and push on in leg 2. Now, Vin
99.
Brockwell said, "Finally, some common sense. Thank you at the Asset 180. DJ
Gandolfini.
Yep.
45.
I know of him.
Paul, 100% on the mark here. There's no clarity and there never will be. The Matador darts. Don't know why people are
55.
banging on about it. A Triple Crown is a made-up concept in any sport, so why are people so passionate whether one exists in darts or not?"
Because we like
140.
clarification. We have too much ambiguity in this sport as it is. And we just need
64.
some transparency in this sport as to what is what. Other sports have got a great deal of clarification. Why doesn't ours?
100.
So Warren's also tweeted, "At the Asset 180 is absolutely spot on with this. PGA Tour has its 4 majors and a series of elevated events.
100.
We should have the same in darts. Until that point, the Triple Crown remains as real as Coronation Street."
Fair point, Warren.
Sorry for those who
35.
thought Coronation Street was real. And Charlie said, "An absolutely sensational interview." Martin Butcher
85. Johnny
will get his comments in the next leg.
What's on the menu, Barnesy? Yeah, you've got the bull left. That thing in the middle. Oh, that would have been some hit.
Ricardo Eric 198.
Well, now Ham, without an expression, is looking at double 19.
Game shot.
Oh my word, what a shot that is!
Ricardo Ham.
These two were going at it again on the old finishing stakes, just like yesterday.
First. Game on.
96 and 98, the two checkouts for Ricardo Ham so far. 100% on the doubles. 2-0. He leads his contest against Johnny Barnes. A game that if he wins, he moves on to 10 points, and he just gives himself a little bit more breathing room in this match.
81.
Right, couple more for you, Nico. Martin Butcher. My opinion on this discussion. The
81.
Triple Crown, World Championship, World Match Play, World Grand Prix, other TV ranking majors, UK Open Players Championship, European Championship, Grand Slam of Darts.
100.
This is for the PDC to decide, isn't it? I've said
92.
out loud in the last 24 hours that before the PGA Championship in golf even started, the 4 majors in golf were the US Open, the British Open,
55.
the US Masters, as it was called back then, and the US Amateur Championship. All 4 were won by Bobby Jones.
100.
When the PGA Championship came around and the PGA of America was established, the US Amateur was taken out and 4 professional tournaments were made as the majors.
100.
There's a degree of evolution in that, and we should learn from that.
Double 14 to reduce the gap back down to 2-1.
74.
Who's on the inside? Well, Ham's already had finishes of 96 and 98 in this contest. He's not going to add a 1-2-5.
That double 7 is very tricky for Barnes because of how his darts sit in the board.
85. Johnny McGuire, 14.
Nice positioning just in case.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well, that's how you
Barnes.
get it done. First shot, Bob's your uncle.
Fourth leg, it's Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
Right, one more leg on this. And then that's our fun done. It's been a while
60.
since we've delved into viewer comments on this broadcast. We've had a comment from Yellow Frog. Hello, Yellow Frog.
Well, that's not his real name.
I hope it's not his real name, as Barnes piles in a 180. World's Match Play Grand Prix, all ranked, all the top players, no
45.
random draw, no invites, simple. Again, going back to what would be the interpretation. Oh, hello.
140.
I think what the popular consensus is here is that they liked majors being ranked
121.
and the routes of getting to certain tournaments like the World Grand Prix and the World Match Play are very, very easy to understand.
45.
For anybody who's won the Premier League, congratulations. Well done. Enjoy the money. Hope you enjoyed the ride.
95.
It's not ranked. It's not
Johnny
a major.
McGuire, 136.
Tough.
So now we're into another extremity. So the Premier's not a major in your
96.
book.
How can it be? It's not ranked. Name me a major championship in another sport that isn't ranked.
Johnny
Okay,
McGuire,
right.
40.
So Wimbledon had a couple of years where it wasn't ranked because they would not have Daniel Medvedev
Games
as
on the
Barnes
fourth
levels up
leg.
at 2-2. So they
Johnny
wouldn't have Daniel
Barnes.
Medvedev in.
Political circumstances.
Fifth leg, it's Johnny
But-
to throw first.
But at the same
Game on.
token, it wasn't ranked. However, Novak Djokovic will say that when he won Wimbledon, that counts to one of his majors.
100.
But the Masters in snooker is not a ranked event, but is yet seen as one of their Triple Crown, one of their majors.
140.
Coming back to this word, ambiguity. If we look at golf, we look at tennis.
125.
Doesn't matter whether it's the ladies or the men. What is the predominant thing?
140.
Anybody can qualify. You want to be US Open golf champion? Anybody can win it.
41.
Anybody can win the UK Open. That's why that would be in my list. And it's got history. Premier League came nearly
140.
best part of a decade after the World Grand Prix. This is going to rage on for ages, trust me. And I apologise, as does Henry.
100.
Sorry if I'm being
Ricardo
obtuse here,
81.
but we've gone slightly off topic considering the game that we've got here. This is an important game in this group.
It's double 13 for Ham to get an important break. An important break which would put him 3-2 to the good, then would give him the darts in the next.
55. Johnny, you require 135.
When this game was 2 legs old, I didn't see this coming. I wonder if he was undecided there on dart 2.
61. Ricardo require 26.
Double 13.
Game shot on the 5th
He's
leg.
fouled.
Ricardo.
Hand breaks. And he won't want to put on the handbrake here. 3-2 up against Johnny
Ricardo
Barnes.
to throw first.
I don't mean to
Game
keep
on.
bringing it up, but this major debate doesn't have to be 4. It can be 5, it can be 6.
85.
Not against it. Men have got 4 majors in golf. Women have got 5. 4 each in tennis.
134.
Snooker's got 3. Just give us a number. That's all I'm asking. And I'm asking very nicely.
140.
Because everybody wants those numbers.
Final comment comes from Matthias Klex.
140.
Paul's right. Nonsense just made up because of the Luke's winning all these last year. People trying to fantasize things to build darts, which isn't necessary.
100.
The Triple Crown has been spoken about before the Lukes became the 2 top players, but it has been spoken about more
97.
in the last 18 months because they've accomplished it.
Well, it was spoken about when Gary Anderson won the match play in
Correct.
2018.
Absolutely. It's a very healthy debate, this. And it's going to keep going on for the next 6 months until we get to the
Johnny, you
Worlds.
require 130.
I want to continue this on. We may get a last leg of this one. Barnes looking at 130, not to be. Ham 136 to win
44.
this match.
Ricardo, you
To win it
require
in style, and it would put him
136.
on to 10 points in the group. It would keep him close towards the coattails of David Pallett at the
100.
top of the table. He's going to be on
Johnny
a double to win
Maguire,
this match
86.
unless Barnes can find this to take us all the way. Oh,
Game
it's
shot
an
on the 6th
equaliser.
leg.
Johnny
Barnes.
Barnes.
Sweet as a nut.
7th and final leg. It's
You will
Johnny
not
to throw
find a
first.
better
Game on.
86 checkout than that anywhere in the world today. That was absolutely brilliant.
60. $100.
Final leg of this game. 3-3 between Barnes and Ham. If you do want to get in touch, by the way, with that particular
95.
debate, we are at MSS Darts on our social media feeds.
140.
However, there is a little part of me that thinks that the PDC may think, actually, because everyone's still debating it, maybe we just won't quantify it because the debate will just continue to rage on and people will just carry on talking about it.
And I know there's a different side to this debate. And if the PDC decide not to do anything about it, that's entirely their prerogative.
140.
They are their own entity. Matchroom Sport, PDC. If they decide not to classify these things,
140.
that's
Ricardo,
entirely their choice.
121.
But we're going to keep talking about it.
And talking about it is a good thing.
81.
Ham has left
Johnny,
himself
you're
on tops after 12 to win this game in a last leg decider. Barnes cannot convert the 146.
41.
This has been a really good standard
Ricardo,
game.
require 40.
And Ham needs one more double for 2 crucial points.
20. Johnny,
And so-
you require 105.
Can Johnny Barnes knit one, pearl one? No, he can't. And so Ham back for the match. 2 10s
39.
for
Ricardo,
4-3
you
win.
require 20.
Double 10 for 10 points in the group. Now chasing double 5. And eventually getting double 5. And eventually getting over the line in a last leg decider against Johnny Barnes. A 4-3 win for Ricardo Ham, and he knows how crucial that is. He looks up to the heavens. He moves on to 10 points in the group. And he knows that he is in a good position now to try and qualify for his first Saturday night here at the Super Series. Ham 4, Barnes 3, that the tail of the tape. Coming up after the break, David Pallett takes on Lee Evans.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't
it,
get the job
it.
done.
Got to end the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Ricardo Ham got the better of Johnny Barnes in a last leg decider 4-3. Game 6 is a meeting between Lee Evans and David Pallett. For David, if he wins this one, he moves on to 14 points, and he would pretty much be there. He'd find himself... Well, in fact, he would qualify for a win here, because Smith-Neale's on 6, Evans is on 6. Ham's on 10, and so victory here for Pallett. It's job done. He's 6 points clear as it is. He'd move 8 clear of 3rd and 4th with just 6 points left to play for
It's David to throw
in
first.
this particular group. It feels like an inevitability anyway that from this point onwards, David Pallett is going to make it into Saturday's showdown, but he can dot the I's and
85.
cross the T's with victory in this particular contest. I'll tell you what, shall we show you? Yeah, let's show you. Let's show you the table. Here we go. This is the table.
60.
That is a table. And at the top of that table is David Pallett on 12. Ricardo Ham on 10. Adam Smith-Neale on 8. Pallett wins this. He's on 14 points. He had moved himself 6 clear of Smith-Neale with a superior legs difference. Evans is on 6. Wins this. He's on 8. You get the sense that irrespective of what happens, Pallett's in a good position to go through. But he really can pretty much get it wrapped up here.
I'm impressed with what Ricardo has done so far. He was in real trouble against Lee Evans in Game 3. He could have been beaten 4-1.
128.
He was only beaten 4-3. He's minimised the damage. He's got his win against Barnes in another tight game to get 2 crucial points. But with this being the last game of round 2 today,
David Iraq 148.
is this a good time or a bad time to get Dave Pallett? Maybe there's never a good time to get him in Group C this week.
Double 4 left to take the opening leg, leaving it after just a dozen darts thrown.
8.
And Lee Evans, well, he's just left languished on the Benno score.
Game shot on the first leg.
4 foul,
David
14
Pallett.
darter, Pallett 1 up.
Second leg is lead to
Put that
first.
double 4 to the boundary.
He looks so cool, calm and collected. It's almost like he's already ready for Saturday night.
97.
Still got a job to do, though. In his own mind, there might be a few things he wants to tweak. Maybe trying to find a better first start overall.
100.
Even though he scored really well today, there's been a few darts that have been a little bit low, and he did say it was yesterday he's trying to fix that. There are things you can do on the fly
58.
to fix something like that. You look at the angle of the front foot of David Pallett. It's very close to square on. If you look at Luke Humphreys, friend of Lee
57.
Evans, he points his toes directly at the board. Lee's foot, as you can see, 45-degree angle, pointing directly at the camera that's looking at him right now.
180.
Pallett's front foot is a bit more square on. Hence why his body's just a little bit more open.
56.
If he wants to get a bit closer to the board, he can actually turn his foot a little bit further in, like Lee's.
Well, these 2 legs are a bit contrasting, isn't it? Pallett
70.
dominant on throwing leg 1. Evans was hardly in the vicinity. Complete compare and contrast in leg 2.
You could also see there that Pallett plays on his right tiptoes. If you were to slide
94.
a piece of paper under his
Lever
right heel,
96.
you would get it under really easily. With some players, you can't. It shows where his weight is. It's all in the front foot and in the front portion of it. There is a risk that when you
40.
do that, that your balance is slightly too much forward. But he seems to have a really good handle on it right now.
$59. Lee require 56.
So 56 for Evans to level this game up at 1-1. Double top.
Games
Squares
on the
us up.
second leg. Lee Evans.
I
Third leg,
wonder
it's
how
David
many
to throw
times
first.
a day he
Game.
gets some sort of comparison to the comedian Lee Evans. Imagine if you've got a name that is synonymous with another famous person.
Well, I feel sorry for any other person called Henry Deacon.
60.
Imagine if your name was David Beckham or something.
57.
Yeah, and someone has to go, not that one.
Well, imagine if your name is Melanie Gibson, for instance. And you like being called Mel. Well, you can't really.
92.
Be more awkward if your name's Mel and you've got a sister called Sue.
$100.
Well, do you remember when David Cameron made his debut at Lakeside all them years ago?
Oh, yes.
And how many times did the not the Prime Minister joke get bandied about?
140.
Quite a few. That's why we started calling him Dave. Because it gave him just a little bit of a difference compared to the then Prime Minister.
81.
I can't imagine it'd be fun for any Canadian to have the name Justin Trudeau. That's a bit like Mervyn King, isn't it?
139.
He shares his name with two other famous Mervyn Kings. Former Governor of the Bank of England and a famous lawn bowler. Who was the most famous?
174. David, you've required 70.
Well, Chris Mason has a shared namesake, doesn't he?
A political correspondent.
Yes. Every single time I head onto the news in the morning, I
50.
see Chris Mason's analysis
You're
on
required 89.
Keir Starmer's plans.
Change the channel, will you? You watch that in the morning. You're not watching Pluto TV. You're not watching the Tungsten Talks and stuff.
I like to know what's going on in the world.
What's going to happen here then? What's going on?
Oh, this double 16 gets hit. It gets hit. It gets hit like
John
that. Yeah,
the
14
third
data. Move on.
Lee Evans. Fourth leg gets Lee to throw first. Game on.
And for David Pallett, he's a couple of legs away potentially here from his first defeat in this group. See, I heard that on the BBC News this morning.
140.
Other news outlets are available. I think you can get the news on Pluto TV, actually. I think there's a couple of news channels available there. So, you can get your news on Pluto and a bit of darts on Pluto as well.
140.
Yeah, we bring you nothing but good news here. People succeeding. That's what you want to see.
And nowhere else can you get a tungsten
100.
teaser.
Yeah, but that's for game 8.
$100. $60. $100.
I'll give you a bit of a good factoid about Pallett in the next leg. Because he has played in 19 European Tour events in his career.
105.
For someone who's been in and out of the tour, that's still very impressive.
61.
This would be impressive. 57 needed. And now he runs the risk of being 2 legs behind, which I don't believe he's been in this entire group.
Well, he's had such comfortability, hasn't he, throughout the course of the campaign. He's not really had any cause for concern thus far. But he could find himself in a bit of trouble here because Evans going double-double and couldn't find the applying tops after getting the double 18. So double 14.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Double 14
Pallett.
for 13, and it's 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw
That's what's
first.
called weathering
Game
the
on.
storm. And what was Lee saying to us this morning? If I can just tighten up those situations where I could potentially be 3-1 in front instead of 2-2,
140.
it could be my day. Look what's just happened. Could have been 3-1, is 2-2, and he is now in a bit of a slugfest.
Maybe the times they are a-changing.
100.
Maybe the tide is a-changing.
So this factoid
60.
about Dave Pallett. We are approaching the 10-year anniversary in about 7 weeks of Dave having his best ever European Tour event. He made the
57.
semi-finals of the European Darts Match Play in 2015 He lost to Dave Chisnell in the semis, who ultimately lost in the final to Michael Van Gerwen. That's not really a surprise, because Van Gerwen was hoovering those up all the time back then. The other person in the semis in that tournament was Robert Thornton. But where was it? They only ever had one European Tour event in this city. And the people who were there all say the same thing. It was breathtaking. Innsbruck, Austria.
140.
Interesting to get Dave's take on that, if we get a word with him a little bit later on. Arguably the most beautiful venue, setting-wise, that the European Tour's ever had. They went there once, and Pallett was in the Final Four.
Yeah, the European Tour venue now is in Graz at the
67.
side of a lake. Not to be confused with a lakeside. There's a 3-2, and to turn the game around, he had darts against him to go 3-1 behind. He's missed a dart to go 3-2 up.
160.
Evans has hit this once and has threatened it another couple of times so far in this Group C campaign. But he's not going to scare it on this occasion. And with 3 in hand, you expect Pallett to gobble up this double 10.
David, you require 20.
Especially considering how accurate he's been on it over the course of the group.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Case in point right there.
Pallett.
Dodged a bullet in leg 4. Now he's making the most of it.
Game on.
So 3-2 up. Evans with the darts to stay in this contest. Game 6 of the session.
96.
Just having one more glance at Dave's European Tour career. I said he played in 19 events. Well, 5 times
98.
he's been to the final day. Better than 25% of the time in his career he's made the final day of action. That is a really good hit rate for someone who has never won one or even made a final.
81.
Some of his last 16s, he's played Jamie Caven, Michael Van Gerwen,
96.
Alan Norris, Mensur Suljovic. He's had some battles on Sundays at Euro Tour events, but they were all quite a while ago.
44.
In fact, the last one he took part in was the German Darts Open in 2019. He lost to Daryl Gurney in that event. And that one was ultimately won by Michael Van Gerwen, of course.
140.
The king of the greatest tour in professional sport.
Not that I want to go back to the major debate, by the way, but we know exactly how many European Tour events Michael Van Gerwen has won.
Is there a Triple Crown in European Tour events?
David,
Stop it.
167.
Create distance, Deacon.
Hey, I'm in one of them moods today.
127.
Fair play to you if you get out of this commentary booth unscathed.
It's all right. You got to deal with me again tonight. We've all got to deal with me again tonight. But they may have to deal with David Pallett tomorrow night because he's left himself on tops to set a 4-2 win, which would pretty much put him there in terms of qualification. He had to dodge a few bullets to go 3-1 behind, but ever since he's been on top, 2 10s to get the job done.
30.
Does not go.
Lee, you require 115.
This would be some save. There's a little bit of patience there from Lee. That's very synonymous with how he used to play. He's a lot faster these days.
Oh, hang on.
93.
Well, you got it wrong, didn't he?
David, you require 10.
He went for treble 18. He should have been going for treble 20.
Answers on a postcard. As Pallett looks at the madhouse.
8.
And that would have put him pretty much as safe as houses.
Lee, you require 22.
I wonder if Lee has twigged He's starting to wonder why he's got 22 left. It's being explained by the referee, and he's finally got it. He's feeling a little bit silly right now, but he won't if he hits double 11.
Well, it turns out Lee Evans is on the stage, and it's Owen Binks that's the one that's cracking all the jokes.
I think he's feeling a little bit embarrassed right now. He can't believe he had a miscount, and it was to save the match.
Owen Binks causing someone embarrassment.
Oh, no, not again. Wrong segment of the board, and Pallett has a chance to end this once and for all.
Madhouse.
No score.
I give you a cast iron guarantee here.
6.
Lee Evans hits this for the very first dart. I give you my personal guarantee.
Game shot on the 6th flag. Lee Evans. 7th and
Write down those lottery
it's
numbers again,
David
will
to
you?
throw first. Game on.
100 whatever million, isn't it, tonight?
145.
Well, it's like a week's wages.
$56.
How are you feeling right now if you did, Pallett? You haven't closed this one out.
125.
There's no guarantee that you will. He looks very relaxed when going for that double one.
95.
He's left 350. Again, he left it multiple times yesterday.
58.
He's got 6 starts from here to win this match. But in every likelihood, he has got 9.
60. $55.
I just wonder if at some point this week, Evans is going to realise how many darts he's thrown. And obviously he's more comfortable post-surgery now.
100.
But there's always going to be a day where you push yourself and something might just start to ache.
Well, we kind of saw it from Steve West, didn't we, when he came back from surgery, got to the Friday, he just said, my body's in bits
95.
here. And he was basically playing the last couple of days more of a feel than anything else. So Pallett, 6 starts for the match. Had opportunities to win it in the previous leg, was unable to take them. He's going to get more chances here.
Now, considering what he's missed for the match, I wouldn't be surprised if he tries a different route here.
60.
Let's find out what he does.
Maybe to require 50.
To get over the line. 10 for double 20. Oh,
10.
more darts, more opportunities
Lee require
wasted from David
108.
Pallett, and so Lee Evans is back looking at 108.
I'm starting to realise that these two are very evenly matched. It was 4-3 yesterday to Pallett. Is this the other way around today? To stay in the race, this is monstrous for Lee's Group C.
76. David, you require
Does it go?
40.
Both players have had match darts now. Can Pallett finish it off? He's been decent on double 10. It's awkward.
30.
It's very awkward.
Lee
How
require 32.
has Lee Evans given himself this opportunity? Is probably what he's thinking, what David Pallett's thinking, what we're all thinking. Is he going to wrangle his way out of it? Yes, he is.
The match.
Well, that was an
Lee
escape
Evans.
from Alcatraz for Lee Evans. He beats David Pallett 4-3. Pallett goes over what could have and should have been done there. For Evans, well, he smiles because he knows he's got away with one. That, the turn of the tape. Evans 4, Pallett 3, Ham, Smith-Neale is up next. Six games played on this Friday afternoon here at the Modus Super Series for the Brateley. Evans got the better of David Pallett by 4 legs to 3. This is how the table looks then. For David Pallett, a first defeat of the group, keeps him on 12, keeps it somewhat competitive. Still 4 clear with 6 to play for, and still with a very healthy legs difference. Ricardo Ham in second position on 10. He can move himself clear of Adam Smith-Neale by 4 points with victory in this our 7th game of the day. It's the middle round of matches on this Friday afternoon. It's being brought to you exclusively live here on the Pluto TV app, which is available via your applicable app service. Head over to your application store to download the app if you haven't done so already, to enjoy the darts anywhere in the world at any time. So Smith-Neale and Ham, leg number 7 of our day in terms of matches, and a huge game. Ricardo wins this. He can kind of see the woods from the trees in terms of qualifying through to tomorrow night's finale.
First leg, it's Ricardo.
And forget the woods from the trees. He may well see the big dog chasing him down. And we know how much the big dog would love a bit of ham.
43.
It's like the gift that keeps on giving, isn't it, his surname?
$85.
If you're in a position to strike to get into the top 2, it's going to have to be very, very soon, if not now.
58.
Adam has just seen Lee Evans win to go to 8 points just like him. But Adam retains position number 3 because of a better leg difference.
99.
Curiously, Evans and Smith-Neale
60.
will play each other in game 11. Starting to think that game's going to be very, very important.
140.
It does, however, depend on what happens here. If Ricardo wins, he's going to be on 12 with Dave Pallett.
81.
And he'll have a 4-point cushion over both Evans and Smith-Neale. In a weird sort of way,
85.
the right result for Lee Evans now is a Smith-Neale win.
Well, he's kind of found himself left, even though he's beaten David Pallett,
96.
still somewhat behind the
Adam
8 ball
92.
in terms of this race. And it is Smith-Neale who's got off to the better start of the pair.
Game
And that's
shot on the
a
first
15
leg.
dart
Adam
start for
Smith-Neale.
Smith-Neale. Breaker throw, 1-0.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Are you a fan of dartboards on dart shirts, Henry? Do you think it's just a little bit on the nose?
96.
It's gimmicky, isn't it? And I think what's happened is when dart shirts became a little bit more fruity, when there was a bit more in
60.
terms of design and things like that, dartboards were just the first thing that were put on, and it's just kind of stayed that way. Because the designs back in the day were very basic and very simplistic.
We need Retro Shirt Week. Just a normal Super Series week,
100.
but everybody's got to wear retro dart shirts, and we should probably do it in the winter because the old dart shirts were a lot thicker. The fabrics weren't as breathable.
125.
But if we were going to have 12 players, doesn't really matter who, whose shirt would you like to see worn?
That's all right. You'll be playing. You'll be
54.
commentating in a
Adam,
waistcoat,
you require
shirt, and
100.
tie.
80.
I didn't realise that second dart was in the tops. It was. Could have been leg over and probably is anywhere.
60. Adam, you require 20.
Well, Ricardo Ham is running out of steam here.
Game shot on the second
Double
leg.
5 is found.
Adam
Smith-Neale 2 up.
Did you just make a Simpsons joke?
So like it's Ricardo to throw first.
Unintentionally.
Game on.
Didn't even know it was a Simpsons gag.
Steamed hams.
Don't tell me that's the name of a character.
It's a very, very famous episode where Principal
96.
Skinner is cooking steamed hams in his kitchen.
Whoa,
get a load of that one.
180.
He's on a rampage now as the big dog.
Forget about steamed hams. Ricardo Ham's chuckling, I'm in danger here.
60.
Whatever's happened between the last game and this one, Adam has figured it out.
180.
You said yesterday he's had a 9 hit against him. How about getting one of his own?
140. Adam, you require 141.
Well, how about this? How about this? How about no?
How about bravo? What a good try.
89.
He's doing right now what we call hitting the jets.
60. Adam, you
115
require
average
52.
hitting the Jets. Hitting Ham hard.
Game shot
That's
on
an
the
11
third
darter.
leg.
That's a
Adam
double
Smith-Neale.
break. 4 minutes and 33 seconds. He gets this
Fourth leg,
done
it's Adam to throw first.
in a minute
Game
flat. He could actually break the quickest game record.
He doesn't hang around. And let's face it, he doesn't want to hang around.
100.
He wants to take the 4-0 victory and put himself right back in the reckoning. Here's what would happen if Smith-Neale wins this leg.
45.
He goes to 10 points to join Ricardo on that total. But a big victory like 4-0
100.
would jump him into the top 2 and take Ricardo out of it.
How things can change oh so quickly.
100.
He's not going to break the record of the fastest game. Because you need that dance partner, don't you? Tom Sykes had Brian
100.
Roman. That's why that game was so fast.
100.
So Smith-Neale, 6 starts and 201 to wrap it up. Average of 110.39.
105.
Everything about this performance so far has been exemplary from start to finish. 96 left after 12. He is sending a real
60.
statement here.
Adam,
Yeah, a bit like this leg. 3 tons and a 105 to leave this. To win.
For a big win for Big Dog. And a big average to boot. An average of 109.31 and a game won in 6 minutes. In next to no time at all, Adam Smith-Neale has ran riot. Have a look at them stats. 109.31, 4 out of 7, 3 180s in there. A cracking performance from Adam Smith-Neale. Coming up next, Richie Edwards takes on David Pallett. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
This time we are going unorthodox. We're going to break down somehow the throws of John Henderson and Richie Burnett. You like a challenge, don't you, Dev?
The one thing that obviously gets everybody's attention is the movement on the line. He sets up to the point and pushes his body forward to the forearm, gets the power to propel the dart forward.
You said how exaggerated, and the leg comes out as well. I mean, he nearly goes over, doesn't he?
The second dart itself is just a slight later, and it's also lower as well, so he's trying to lift it up, so it would be a point of stop and start.
John Henderson and Richie Burnett.
I like that.
Yeah, latest edition of Breaker Throws will be trailing following the live darts. It'll be featuring Richie Burnett and John Henderson. Well, before the break, we saw some crazy darts from Adam Smith-Neale. He'll be hoping to be through to finals night tomorrow evening, but between now and then, there's plenty more happening. We've got tungsten talks between now and the end of play, and then we'll be with you from 10 o'clock for the conclusion of Group B. As I say, we saw a superb performance before the break from Adam Smith-Neale, average of 109.31 and a 4-0 success over Ricardo Ham, which makes the race for qualification out of this Group B just that little bit more interesting. Pallett can pretty much get the job sewn up here with a win against tricky Richie Edwards, who picked up his first win in his first game of the day. But for David, he will go into this one, Nico, I think it's fair to say, as a overriding favourite to win it.
Sizable favourite,
First leg,
absolutely.
it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Even though he did miss a multitude of match darts in his previous performance, and 14 in total in the game, he will start this one feeling like he should win comfortably. But we said that
30.
about Barnes at the start of play against Edwards, and he managed to win 4-0, did the Welshman. But this is where things have to recover for Dave. He's had his blip.
39.
If he has another one right here, he could have 3 players 2 points behind him going into the final 2 rounds. He does not need
92.
that kind of stress.
No need for that stress, no need for that duress, particularly when you've done and put in the hard yards early on.
92.
For Richie, this is just all free hits from here on in. It's just all enjoy, embrace, try and soak in and soak up
26.
as much of his experience as he possibly can. It was a trying, testing day yesterday. But he'll be safe, at least in the knowledge that he knows that he's got to win. In fact, Richie Edwards has got more wins on the Modus Super Series stage than Glenn Durrant, so he can always take that away with him.
43. David,
Have you got a death wish?
It's all right, he's in Turkey. He's miles away. David Pallett's miles away in this leg.
90.
You do realise that Glenn's got friends, right? And they're probably going to tell him that you keep saying this stuff.
I find it hard to believe he has friends.
Okay, this is where I just tap out.
100.
Hi, Glenn, if you are watching.
40.
Tops of Pallett left after a dozen.
Tops and 10s aren't working, and this should be a bust.
Okay. On the first leg.
Bravery personified by
Pallett.
Pallett, who says, forget the bust, I'll just take it
Second leg,
anyway.
it's David to throw first. Game on.
Courage in his convictions, 1-0 to Dave.
And a breaker throw for Dave. He got it so wrong, but yet got it so right.
Looks like he's going to be at Lakeside at the end of the year.
180.
You saw what last year's Lakeside did for Shane McGurk. What could that tournament do for someone at the end of this year?
Well, it was life-changing for Shane. Not just the
68.
prize money, not just the title. It's turned him into a better player. And the opportunities it's given him as well as a result. He's just come back off of a 2-week tour of Australia. And
100.
from what I hear, he was very, very popular with the locals.
That's because the Aussies love Irish people.
82.
Well, Pallett here's in cruise control, just doing what he had. Well, I say doing what he has to do. He's averaging about 112, but he's just taking this
140.
rather pacily and just going about his business proficiently, not worrying about the struggles that Richie's having right now.
I'm not letting that third dart slide. That was just an amazing dart to watch. Just to sneak it over the top like that was like watching a hot knife slice through cheesecake. Borderline ASMR darts from Pallett.
41.
Treat day today. I might treat myself to a cheesecake between sessions.
A whole one.
I'll tell you what, shall we share? Do you want to share these one?
45. David,
We'll come back to that. It is Friday.
Game shot on the second leg.
That is 2-0, and that is not the first 13 darter we've seen from Pallett this week. There have been plenty of them.
First.
He really is cruising right here. This is a nice bounce back from Dave after the disappointment of losing to Evans. Now, before we get into today's tungsten teaser, because it's game 8 and you did promise us a
44.
teaser. What's your favourite cheesecake?
Oh, I like a New York cheesecake. I do like a strawberry cheesecake.
Get this
36.
right, because there are so many cheesecakes out there that are just, they should be banned.
Strawberry cheesecake for me. Oh, I love a strawberry. I'll tell you my favourite dessert I've ever had. I wouldn't have it over here, but I'll tell you what, I love a Maltese creme brulee. But honestly, creme brulee in Malta just hits differently to creme brulee in this country.
Did you just say Maltese creme brulee cheesecake?
No, not cheesecake. But just saying, in terms of dessert, that's up there alongside a cheesecake for me.
What makes it Maltese?
Well, I had it in Malta.
So it was a creme brulee then? You just had it in Malta?
But it just tastes better than creme brulee in this country.
$100.
It's what's called sensory overload. It's true. If you have wine at a winery, fresh from the barrel, surrounded by beautiful weather, beautiful people, and great cold cuts, that wine's going to be better, isn't it? If you have a great creme brulee in Malta with sun shining, or if you have it when it's raining in Portsmouth, which one's going to be better?
Whoa!
180s are great wherever they are. But that might set up 3-0, which is the scoreline that Pallett expects to get now.
Yeah, second 180 the game, average of 107.63, right off the back of a 109.31 of Annan Smith-Neale in the game before. 68 required for that free zip advantage. Double 4, now double 2, all the time in the world. Doesn't even have to go for this.
64.
Didn't want to, and that was a half-hearted attempt because he didn't want to attack it.
43. David, you require 4.
Double 1.
Game shot on the third leg. David
No
Pallett.
problem whatsoever. He's still averaging 100.
David to throw first.
Maybe consecutive games where we have people averaging the ton or better. Do you know what the best cheesecake is?
Go on.
Gin and tonic lime cheesecake.
Now we are talking. Now we are talking. Come on, please explain more.
41.
It has a hint of juniper. It has a somewhat sparkly feel in the filling, with obviously the big crunch at the bottom. And you grate lime zest on the top to give it a bit of a finish. It's a beautiful thing.
It sounds exceptional. Right, are you ready for the tungsten teaser?
We're ready for the question. The answer will come later.
Absolutely. Right. So, we're a couple of weeks away from Champions Week. So today's tungsten teaser is this. What
57.
is the combined age of the 10 Champions Week participants already qualified?
Wow.
92.
I don't even know where to begin.
Well, Jeff Smith won week 1.
Oh, I know how old Jeff is.
He's got Taylor week 2.
41.
And then so on and so forth.
Everybody's going through the results section of the Modus Super Series website saying, Give me the names and I'll guess each age and
Well, I'll
put
tell
them
you
together.
what, I'll give you the names. I'll give you the names. I'm not that cool.
You have to be quick. Pallett's on the verge of winning this one 4-0.
Right. So, Jess Smith, Scott Taylor, John O'Shea, Shane McGuire, Andy Hamilton, Adam Gavlash, Jimmy Van Schie, Graham Marshall, Derek Coulson, Richard McKee. You did say quickly.
You're not wrong, I did.
36.
This
David
game
McGuire,
is going to be over quickly. Maybe not as quickly as Smith-Neale's 6 and a bit minutes just now, but is it over right now?
130.
He's not going to be disappointed at leaving tops there. If he hits it with his first dart, he's going to average 100.2.
96.
If he doesn't and still wins,
You require 40.
it'll be under 100.
But the most important thing for David Pallett is that passage through to Saturday night. And that double 5 for David Pallett is a double which puts him into Saturday situ. A 4-0 victory, a really good performance against Richie Edwards. Next up, it is Evans and Barnes.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
McGuire,
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there,
McGuire,
George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Pallett is now in the distance in this table, as we expected him to be at some point in our Friday action in Group C. but there are plenty of people who could join him in the top 2 by the end of the day. Lee Evans is one of those people. He's done himself an incredible amount of favours by beating Pallett a little bit earlier on by 4 legs to 3 at the end of round 2. And as he now gets the game at the end of round 3, he must keep pace with Adam Smith-Neale and Ricardo Ham, because they're only 2 points ahead of him
First leg is
in this
Lee to throw
dogfight
first.
for second spot.
Game on.
Johnny Barnes is officially out. Edwards is officially out. But everybody else is very much in the frame. This game, with all due respect to Johnny, is all about
60.
Lee. If Lee does not get the result, he is in big trouble of leaving us before Saturday.
Well, he's just here to disrupt and upset Lee Evans. That's
180.
effectively what is left of his participation this week. Can't qualify for Saturday, can maybe pick up a few more pounds, but
95.
I think he'll be more disappointed with this group than he will be with Group A, because actually there was enough to suggest over the first few
100.
days that maybe he could have a little bit of joy here, but we kind of mentioned it this morning that maybe the toll of the week just beginning to get to him a little bit towards the close.
Yeah, based on the
45.
numbers today, it really seems to be the case. He didn't average poorly when he was playing against Ricardo Ham
85.
in game number 5. 88, not too bad at all, in fact. But that worrying start against Edwards, averaging 70. Didn't set him up well for the day.
$93. Johnny require 136.
Oh, Barnes, 6 starts on 136 to get the opening
43.
leg break. Got a treble, but not the one he would have wanted to have left himself on 218s. 93 remaining upon his return.
So is that the B side of that famous
100.
Olivia Newton-John and John Travolta
Johnny
track?
require 93.
You're not the one that I want. This is the one that he wants.
Game
Skibbity-doo,
shot,
1-0.
Johnny Barnes.
The only problem is the only
leg is
summer
Johnny to
nights
throw
he's going to be
first.
enjoying
Game
in Portsmouth will be on the coast as opposed to here tomorrow evening. Unless he pays £5 admission.
100.
Seems a bit harsh, doesn't it? You played here all week for the entertainment of the audience, and then if you want to watch, you got to pay to get in. But them's the breaks.
31.
Business is business. And Lee Evans, well, he could be close to his business for the week being completed. If he loses this game, you sense it's a
100.
long way back for him, not just in terms of points, but in terms of his legs difference as well. Be a hard-pressed task for him from this point onwards to try and get himself into the finale.
80.
You think about this series and the people who have not won their weeks. It's like a who's who
100.
of the sport of darts for the last 10, 15 years. Only one person can succeed every week. And there are great players who haven't even made the Saturdays.
$140.
That is a brilliant 140. But he's already in bother. Feels like Barnes is getting better as the day goes on.
105.
Yeah, finding something here at the worst possible time for Lee Evans. Well, we said that Johnny Barnes' task here is to go and
85.
upset and
Johnny
disrupt.
require
Well,
96.
upset and disrupt Lee Evans he's doing here. Potential 14 darter.
Game
Forget potential,
shot,
that
the
is a
second
14
leg.
darter. 96
Johnny
goes.
Barnes.
Barnes 2-0 to
Third
the
leg is Lee
good.
to throw first. Game on.
$103.66. The average for Johnny Barnes.
We've seen some really good numbers today.
180.
Testing the tonsils of Owen Binks once again.
58.
This time not so. I think think he's starting to figure out that his natural miss is low and left.
69.
Something he'll just have to try and figure out over the course of the next few weeks, no matter what happens.
100.
Well, it's a process for Lee Evans from this point onwards. Realistically, probably the next time we'll see Johnny Barnes after this week will potentially be at the Global Championship, in which he's in a very good position to qualify
45.
for the UK ranked number 1.
133.
Feels like the first time in years that Adam Mould is not the number 1.
Well, there usually was a saying in darts, death, taxes and Adam Mould.
$99. Johnny, you require 170.
Big fish on offer for Barnes. Another one of them. Would have left the bullseye, but that just twitched off the flight of dart 1.
You require 108.
This has got to go. Otherwise, Evans is going to have a 2-break deficit.
Find himself in big trouble. And the one thing you don't want to do is leave himself in big trouble, but that could get himself out of the mire.
Lee Evans.
The 108 for Lee Evans brings it back to 2-1, gives Johnny Barnes something to think about.
There's only one word to describe that finish. Exquisite.
133.
The way you saw that second dart go in, it emphasized that it wasn't necessarily as difficult as it first appeared, but you've still got to execute it perfectly, and that's exactly what he did.
123.
Execute perfectly is something he would like to do every other visit now.
85.
At one point this week have we seen Johnny Barnes averaging in this sort of region after 3 legs, and that's right now. No other point this week.
Well, okay, we didn't see these types of numbers, but this was the type of evidence that we saw in Group A, which made us perhaps suggest that maybe he could have a little bit of joy in this group. And in some ways, he'll almost be more frustrated that this is coming out now after he's not qualified through.
It happens a great deal.
70.
When the pressure's off. He doesn't get that kind of ranking in the ADC by just turning up to every tournament he can go to. He has to win a lot of games. You think Johnny Barnes turns up to County Durham Super League
140.
and they say, oh, it's just Johnny Barnes. No, they'll say, oh, Johnny's playing for them. This is going to be tough.
And trust me, winning games in the ADC isn't easy.
Won't be easy this weekend for everybody going to Leicester. We wish everybody well in their quest at the Championship Tour.
Yeah, top 8
45.
at the end of the
Johnny,
weekend will qualify for the Tour finals here in October and November in the women's division.
65.
Barnes missing double 8 outside inside.
Lee require 164.
Are we going to see another game changer here? Evans found the 108 in the previous leg. Has he got a 164 up his sleeve?
I'm not surprised to see him go south. But this time he needed 2 trebles, not just the 1.
90.
So
Johnny
double 4 for
require
Johnny
8.
Barnes to open up a
Games on
3-1
the
lead. And a
foreplay.
3-1 lead
Johnny Barnes.
is accrued for Johnny.
This
Smith-Neale
so
leads the
far
third
is a
first.
dream result for Adam
Game
Smith-Neale and Ricardo Ham. Why does it feel all of a sudden that things are going in the direction of Smith-Neale? In the last round, if I may
100.
say so, it seems like everything's gone his way. He's done himself a favour by playing the best game of the week. And then after that, his challenges
140.
started to wilt a little bit.
Well, Adam Smith-Neale's next game is against Lee Evans. Ricardo Ham takes on Richie Edwards in the interim.
And with all due respect to
190.
Edwards, the way he's playing now, a bit like he was yesterday, Ham getting him and not somebody else next is a good thing for Ricardo.
140.
Well, it just stems the tide. Well, this could be another perpetual display from another player. It was Smith-Neale with 109 against Ricardo Ham. It was David Pallett with a 95 against Richie Edwards. And maybe now it's Johnny Barnes
41.
with an average at the moment of 107.05. About to round off a 4-1 victory against Lee Evans.
100.
Where has this come from? Where has this come from?
It's in there, obviously. But it's coming out when he has less to care about. Less pressure. Less eyes on him. It's all about Lee this game. Johnny knows this.
81.
And Johnny can end it.
And end it with an 11 darter. 12 would have done on double
69.
12. But the important thing, take away the averages, is he's got plenty of time to win it in this leg on his side.
If Johnny was to win this leg right here, Evans's leg difference will take a tumble
Johnny
into the
12.
negative.
So 2 sixes to complete a 4-1 win. Trapdoor. Well, the average will now
9.
nose down to 102.
Lee
Evans
require
looking at 130
130.
to keep us going another leg longer.
5 match darts missed. Somewhat philosophical at the back of the stage. Wondering how on earth Evans has got this chance. And it's a chance he takes.
On the 5th leg.
We don't know
Lee
just how
Evans.
valuable that leg could be at the end of the
Six leg
day.
is Johnny
My
to the
word,
reverse.
what a
Game
save
on.
again. The 2 legs he's won in this game have been ton plus checkouts.
Good Evans. So too, Darcy's had a double in this
41.
game. That is the suppression that Lee Evans has had in this contest.
$44.
You don't want to spend too much time wondering how a dart did not hit the treble 20 with your second dart of the leg.
81.
We're all going to wonder how certain deflections manifest themselves. But you've got to be a bit more Ricardo Ham about these things.
135.
get on with it.
Ham will hope that he's
Six.
cured the aching problems of the previous match in his next one against Richie Edwards.
Who was it who said in Gavin and Stacey when Pam was going veggie? Well, you can't even have wafer thin ham. I love that joke.
96.
Well, it's Lee Evans' chances that are looking wafer thin right now. But Johnny Barnes even
59.
is just beginning to take his foot off the pedal. The average is nosedive 10 points, and realistically, this game is being brought to a little bit more of an even equal kilter here.
59.
If Evans qualifies for Saturday, he might remember that 130 finish forever. And he has got history of hitting a ball
85.
in an important game.
You require
When
167.
he won a Challenge Tour event 8 years ago. He hit the bullseye to win it against Kevin Dowling.
Kev the bounty hunter. I haven't seen Kev for a while.
He'll be in Coventry.
99.
He always is.
Sides in them parts, doesn't he? 68 for last leg. Barnes has taken his foot off the pedal.
100.
And as a
Lee
result,
requires
Evans has been
68.
given opportunity. Did miss darts to win the match in the previous leg, did Johnny? Maybe forced to go the distance.
Game on or game over? We're about to find out.
32.
Could be game over
Well, he
again. He's
requires
already had 5 to
75.
win this game. Should be one more. Should have been one more. Isn't.
It's a rudimentary mistake,
32.
which he knows should not have been made.
Lee require
And
36.
we could be on the cusp of a last leg decider here if Evans can find this double 18.
Game on the 6th leg.
And we will head the
Lee
distance.
Evans.
Evans free, Barnes free.
7th and final leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Even if Lee wins this leg and somewhat miraculously wins this match, he's going to stay in 4th position. 10 points would be good enough to equalise Adam Smith-Neale and Ricardo Ham. But they have better leg differences than he does.
$60.
But imagine just how big Game 11 could be if Barnes does not win this leg. Smith-Neale versus Evans, Game 11.
140.
For 2 absolutely huge points.
Well, it's at this point where we really do get to decipher the contenders from the pretenders. And Evans here, having found himself all the way back in this game, 3-1 behind, now has 6 darts in his hand from 2-2-4 to complete a comeback victory.
Even though
180.
Barnes is out of the reckoning as far as Saturday qualification is concerned,
43.
losing this game is going to hurt.
Lee required 44.
Because he's played the best darts of the week that he's played, particularly the first 3-4 legs. And still, it looks like it's not going to be enough. Well, it's not going to be enough because there's a chasm between this pair and this last leg. Plenty of match darts. And plenty of opportunities Lee Evans is going to need.
We've had 7 in total now. 5 for Barnes, now 2 for Evans.
137. Lee require 32.
Lee wants this done to very much be part of the equation going into the final 2 rounds.
But gets there eventually. And Lee Evans still finds himself in the mix. He gets the better of Johnny Barnes in a last leg decider 4-3. There's a couple of tub clutch checkouts at the beginning of the game, crucial. That 130, well, that was the spark, wasn't it, for him? And that seemingly the game changer. Seemingly not the stuffing out of Johnny Barnes. Evans 4, Barnes 3, Edwards and Ham is next. Super Series Friday afternoon. This is what we saw before the break. Lee Evans got the better of Johnny Barnes by 4 legs to 3. Our next 3 games, Edwards, Ham, Smith-Neale, Evans and Pallett against Barnes. This is how the table looks as we head into the 4th round of fixtures for the day. David Pallett on 14 points, winning 7 out of his 8 games. He's 4 points ahead. Big swing in terms of the legs difference. I's will be dotted, T's will be crossed in a few moments' time. Adam Smith-Neale has jumped up to second position, a position which was comfortably controlled by Ricardo Ham for so long in this group, but now suddenly finds himself in a bit of bother. But he does take on Richie Edwards in this next game that we're about to see. And a win here and a big win here would see him back in a decent position. Not back in control of his own destiny, but it would certainly help and aid his chances of making it through to Saturday night's finale. It's game number 10 of our afternoon session here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it's going to be watched in the company of the former Players Champion Paul Nicholson.
I suppose it does matter who you're playing in the final 2 rounds if you're still chasing the top 2.
85.
But we're not going to be disrespectful towards Tricky. However, it seems like he's easier
45.
to beat than some others. So who has Richie Edwards got left? He's got Ham right now. And he's got Evans in game 13. 45. So 2 of the chasing pack have got to play Edwards. Adam Smith-Neale has got Evans
137.
and Barnes. Why do I get the feeling that this is coming down to leg difference?
Because this feels like a 44. Very familiar Friday story, doesn't it? Somebody looks as if they're going to cover themselves in the distance, which is exactly what Pallett's done. Then second position for Y, you think, probably is going to be sewn up. But then all of a sudden the player in second has a wobble, a bit like Ricardo's had. And then you'd see somebody sneak up from underneath the radar. And that's exactly what Messrs. Smith-Neale and Evans 100. Have done today.
But if anything, it's actually Adam who has stood up and been counted in the previous round, 99. Putting in a blistering performance. So maybe he is the wrong guy to play right now for the undefeated Evans from today. I don't think we can forget about that.
26.
Somehow he has not lost
Ricardo,
today.
you require 140.
Well, he's put everybody else on notice, hasn't he? Adam Smith-Neale. But yeah, Lee Evans has
60.
Rode his luck, and boy, I mean, he's played some decent stuff. Don't get me wrong, but he has had to survive 1 or 2 little scares here or there by pretty much everybody. Should have lost David Pallett. Okay, bad as Adam Smith-Neale, and then should have lost to 80. Johnny Barnes before the break. But Ham here looking at 80.
40. Richie require 115.
Edwards did get a ton plus check out in his first win earlier today.
95.
Doesn't get another.
Ricardo, you require 40.
So Ham's off the hook.
No score. Richie require 20.
So Edwards returns for double 10. How does he find a way through that?
He's done this already today on double 16.
Game shown the
what
first
a dart! What a dart! The bed was completely obscured, but he managed just to nestle away through.
First. Game on.
He's won 1 game in this entire group, but he's had 2 corker darts.
59.
He's obviously very adept at finding angles, because that's the first task when you block it twice. You've got to find somewhere you can throw it from.
57.
He's done just that.
$140.
If Ricardo loses this game, he's in deep trouble. because there's a likelihood
95.
that he's going to be up against it against Pallett in game 14. Maybe he's the person who is for the chop more than anybody else in this fight.
92.
Because whoever wins the next game after this has got an excellent chance of winning their next game.
$45.
Well, Ricardo's hoping that was just a one-leg blip. And things will very quickly
60.
head back towards an equilibrium, but I don't know what's happened here, but there's almost... And I know he got battered by Adam Smith-Neale, who played some good stuff, but I'm just getting a feeling that he's getting a little bit twitchy, a little bit more nervy as he reaches this point where he knows what he's about to do. I think suddenly he's realised, it's dawned on him what he could possibly do.
In sport, when you get to the finishing line, or anywhere close to it, that's where you start learning about yourself. Time to find out what Ham is made of.
$54.
Not sure what to
Richie
make of going for treble 13 on
130.
79 with 2 darts right there. That one is very much a 25-75 call.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a case of all's well but ends well.
58.
Ham
Ricardo
back on double 18 to
36.
square the game up at 1 apiece, and it would evaporate the damage done in the first leg. However, if he misses this,
Game shot on the
he would have been in
second
trouble,
leg.
but he didn't. Doesn't matter.
Ricardo
1-1.
Ham. Third leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Have you noticed the shape which is on Ricardo's shirt? It's our friend the hexagon. Synonymous with
121.
beehives, isn't it? I don't know what it is about hexagons, but Dutch dart players love a hexagon.
137.
One of the best players not to have played here just yet. He had hexagons all over his shirt. That was Martin Kleermacher.
70.
Genuinely one of the best names in darts to be said by someone from the northeast.
94.
He's got hexagons all over his shirt and never really understood why.
$40.
Now, there's a famous Dutch ring, which is an engagement ring, which is made in a hexagon shape. Now, I don't know if that's the
65.
direct correlation between the Dutch obsession with the hexagon, but yeah, a famous engagement ring, which is Dutch, is made out of a
40.
hexagon shape.
So we could say, if that's true, whoever is the best darts player, we can call them Lord of the Hexagons.
Yes. I don't think it'll catch on, but yes.
No, it definitely won't.
140.
Most of the things I say don't catch on.
Just like Spivey Man.
No, but that was you.
Right, 65 for Ricardo to open up a 2-1 lead in the game.
60. Ricardo requires 65.
58 left.
25. Richie require 170.
I wonder what the odds would be on Edwards hitting this. Now they're 0, but that was a really well thrown shot.
42. Ricardo, you require 40.
So, tops for Ham. Double 10.
Game shot on the third
Well,
leg.
that just
Ricardo
squeezes in
Ham.
to the bottom corner, and
Fourth leg, it's
Ricardo finds
Ricardo
himself
to throw
2-1 up.
first. Game on.
Lost the first leg, but now bouncing back well.
I know why he's got hexagons on his shirt all of a sudden. Because
59.
what do you get from bees in a hive? Honey. Honey glazed ham.
I feel like we've now got to the point where we've exhausted every single last Ham reference
You
possible.
underestimate me,
48.
Deacon. He may have heard them all, but we can think of more. If he doesn't make Saturday, we've got to get all the Ham jokes out of the way.
64.
Just look at him in the background.
60.
When he's throwing, he doesn't show any emotion, but in the background there was just a little bit of emotion.
40. 40.
The only thing Ricardo needs to know is, I ham what I ham, no apologies.
41.
A ham sandwich walks into a bar. No loafing allowed.
I think you may have hit the bottom of the pit.
44.
Do you know what Elton John's favourite ham-based song would be? Don't Go Bacon My Heart.
99.
That's quite good. That's quite good. But on a serious note, do you know what the greatest sandwich in the world is? It's called a Cubanos.
80.
It's a Cuban sandwich. It has a lot of ham in it. And it is one of the greatest things on this planet. When it's done correctly.
100.
Don't go bacon my heart. That is a good
59.
joke. I'm not going to lie.
Ricardo, you require 98.
But this is no joke. He's hit this checkout already today in 2.
58. Richie require
Second attempt
170.
and a 170 finish for the Welshman. Last time the first start was just a bit high. This one's a bit higher.
48.
It's
Ricardo
double
require
top.
40.
Double 16.
Game
Covers
on
the
fullback.
situation.
Ricardo Ham.
I'm going to level with you. This isn't pretty,
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game
but Ricardo is doing enough to get the job done so far.
Good enough is good enough, right?
40.
What other sports people are named after meat? Andrew Beef Johnston, famous
85.
golfer. Beef was the nickname, wasn't his actual name.
$134. $60.
We had Ian Beefy Botham.
Very true.
140.
Anybody who plays for Turkey?
$60.
John Parrott.
57.
You really are reaching now, aren't you? Could go with a former Pittsburgh Steeler called Lynn Swan.
Graham Swan.
Aha.
Would you require
You
130?
can't have Swan, though. That's against the law. The only person who's allowed to eat Swan is the king.
98.
Ooh, that was close. Too close for comfort. That third dart was for a layup and it nearly hit the treble.
140. Richie require 32. Game shot on the fifth leg.
But we go to
Richie Edwards.
3-2. That's another leg for Richie. And just
Sixth leg, it's Ricardo
applying
to
the
throw
pressure
first.
upon Ricardo.
Game.
Could have Steph
45.
Curry if it's going along the food line.
It's a good answer, but I'm not going to allow it.
Otherwise, you could have had cherry vegetables.
131.
I think you're getting a little bit off track here, Henry.
81.
What about Alec Lamb?
Alan Lamb, the cricketer.
That was it, yes.
Alan Lamb.
Famous Test match captain, wasn't he?
Absolutely great batsman as well.
60.
David Bumblebee.
If you're going to go down that angle, you're going to have Sheephead from Soccer AM.
60.
I think Alan Lamb is the best answer.
Yes.
So, Ricardo, you're not alone.
34.
I don't think there's anybody called prosciutto. Well, just imagine if he puts on an Italian football shirt that's yellow and blue, you call him Parma Ham.
Why have I got a feeling that, I don't know whether he's a player or someone who works in the industry, but isn't there someone called Ben Cheeseman? Boxer.
78.
Yeah, Cheeseman is a boxer. He's very good as well. At 3-2, he is very uncomfortable.
24.
And more uncomfortable now because it might just be going the distance, this one.
$60.
Maybe not. Just at the right time, he finds one hell of a shot.
71. Richie, 138.
Double 10 left if Edwards can't find the 138. Not to be.
94.
So this is
Ricardo,
for second
required
spot.
20.
So lay down the marker to the two that play next.
Game shot out.
Ham is back at number
Ricardo
2 in the charts. Smith-Neale and Evans will go head-to-head next. There's going to be some relief being exuded from that man over the next few seconds, that's for sure. But he's done his job, 4 legs to 2. It's now down to Smith-Neale and Evans to see who wins that head-to-head.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, Ricardo Ham got the better of Richie Edwards by 4 legs to 2. Our next game is it's a big meeting now between Adam Smith-Neale and Lee Evans. Lee has won all of his games so far today. Adam Smith-Neale also making a bit of a push on this Friday and put in the performance of the week so far. In his previous match against Ricardo Ham, average of 109.31, 4 out of 7 in terms
First
of
leg,
his
it's Adam to throw first.
doubling.
Game
For
on.
Lee, he's winning games, but he's also having to ride his luck a little bit at times. He's had to rely on other people squandering opportunities, but then
44.
to his credit, if someone's going to miss, then you've got to take advantage on the other side of the coin, and he's done exactly that. This is game 11, 5 more to go in this afternoon session before we return
43.
tonight from 10 p.m. to do it all again. Going to be a fly on the wall in the practice
83.
room right now.
$134.
If we do have a fly on the wall in the practice room,
140.
is it going to be Ricardo Ham that is watching the monitor so very intently because he has a few games off now. There is nothing more he can do until he plays Dave Pallett in game 14. Before then,
96.
Evans plays twice. So Evans, if he wins both of those games, will set a target of 14 points.
84.
Based on what we know
Adam,
right
you went
now, that is a target
138.
that Ham could possibly topple.
100. Lee require 100.
Adam Smith-Neale ends his campaign against Johnny Barnes, and we don't quite know what nick we're going to see from Johnny in that particular game because it has been a little bit up and down at points for him. But Evans here looking at a ton. He's had 2 ton plus checkers. They both came in his previous game against Johnny. 2 at tops to take the opening leg. Double 10. Just taking his time, just taking the sting out of things a
Game
little
shown
bit,
the first
but then
leg.
hitting
Lee
home
Evans.
effectively. The ton is his third free figure out of the
Second leg is
day,
Lee to
and
throw
it gives him a
first.
1-0 lead.
Game on.
And also, it seems like he's upsetting the rhythm of Smith-Neale here. We saw him put in that performance in game number 7, which took a little over 6 minutes. That first leg took 2 minutes.
96.
This is a very different pace in this game for Smith-Neale, and he's going to have to withstand it.
Although you'd say he's an experienced enough campaigner, long enough in the tooth now to kind of deal with
137.
those types of tests. To win things like the World Masters, you've got to deal with completely different types of games.
From people all over the world.
Well, he won it from the preliminary round,
95.
which is not something you tend to see nowadays in the World Masters tournament. Top 16 players tend to get a protective seeding through to the televised stage of the competition, although I do think now the WDF have introduced a group stage. I think, if I'm right in saying, they get a pass to the last 64. So they avoid the group and then they go into the next phase.
Yeah, but it should still be set play, shouldn't it?
Well, it's interesting. I was listening to an interview in the week, and
95.
apparently in terms of that World Masters anyway, there are discussions taking place in terms of format, and the format will be announced near the time, and it's on the base of a lot of things. A, entries, B, kind of the consensus of the powers that B apparently is the logic behind what they're going to use as a format for that tournament. It takes place in November in Budapest,
85.
Hungary.
Adam, you require 164.
Smith-Neale looking at 164. He's not going to find it here. He's going to be hopeful that Evans can't find
100.
a second 130 finish of the
You
day.
require 130.
This was the finish that really changed the complexion of his match against Johnny Barnes.
Maybe his entire group. Why not hit it again?
97. Adam, you require 64.
Why not indeed? He couldn't.
48.
And because Smith-Neale can't hit that,
You require 33.
Evans is staring 2-0 in the face, which would be ideal. Shouldn't have been
70.
anywhere near that flight. The moment he
you
hits
require
that flight,
16.
that's the moment it's not in.
No score.
Well, well, well. The
You
jeopardy
require
of double 8
16.
strikes again. He needed 16, not 22.
Solemnly looks down to the floor. And he could find himself a couple of legs down, but Evans being reeled back in. Thought the first one was in. No
James on the
mistake about the second.
leg. Lee Evans.
2-0 to Evs as this game ebbs
look, it's Adam
into
to
his
go
direction.
Have you ever looked through who Adam beat to get that World Masters?
60.
I know who he beat in the final.
We'll get to that. Jostein Aldret of Norway, 3-0. Then he beat Darren Heroini of New Zealand, a proper player.
Well, can't win him, isn't he,
80.
Darren?
3-2. Yeah, Darren's a former World Cup singles champion.
140.
In the next round, he took out Martin Marty Santa Maria, one of the best names in darts. Catalonia, not Spain. Aaron Turner in the next round. We're getting to the thick end of the stick now. Beat Dan Day
140.
in the last 32. Then Mark McGuire by 3-2. Wayne Warren, Jim Williams, and then it was Duzzer in the final by 6-4. Quite an illustrious group of players in there.
Yeah, and his qualification to Lakeside, which he played on a crutch because of a
180.
motorcycle incident.
76. Lee, you require 101.
Oh, forget crutch. This could be clutch for Evans. 101 to open up a 3-0 lead.
How does he want to try and take it? That could be okay. He can get the shot with 2 trebles. He's about to show you how. Double 16.
Game Sean the third.
This is a monstrous
Lee
turn of
Evans.
events for Evans. He has
Fourth
not
leg, it's
been
Lee to
in the
throw
top
first.
2 of this table at any point since Dart 1 was thrown yesterday at 1:05.
You've got to say, he is finding things here, Lee Evans. Not just as he up his own performance, it's the timing of things. The 4 top plus finishes come when they've mattered, come when opponents are on tangible things. And that 180 is possibly bolted the door shut for Smith-Neale.
I might be talking porky pies here, by the way, because he did lead the table after round 1 yesterday. Because he beat Edwards 4-0. But after that, he lost to Adam Smith-Neale. Since then, he's not been in the top two.
96.
Doesn't matter whether you're in the top two in the first 8 rounds.
134.
You want to be there at the end. Playing like this, he won't be far off. This is the best he's played this week.
Tables don't matter until that final whistle is blown. Just tell a Manchester United fan in 2012 they were top of the table when they finished their last game against Sunderland before Sergio Aguero would score that
85.
goal to give them the league title.
$140. Lee require 140.
So 140 for Evans to complete a 4-0 rout of Adam Smith-Neale.
And to take Smith-Neale's leg difference to pieces. Evans +3 at the start of this
100.
game. Smith-Neale at +9. They could switch places in that department unless Adam's got other ideas.
64.
That could be curtains.
Lee require
Adam doesn't play
40.
again until the last match. He could be out without throwing another dart in this group.
Double top.
Game
4-0 to
shot
Lee
and
Evans.
Lee
He
Evans.
is charging and charging and charging on this Friday. And he may well be the person to dislodge that top two and be the person that joins David Pallett into Saturday night's final. This, the tail of the tape. A really good game of darts, that. 98.56, the Evans average. A couple of top plus checkouts, just like his previous game. Next up, Pallett and Barnes.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
requires
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require
20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Week 12, and only one more chance to qualify for Champions Week. Series 2 winner Raymond Smith makes his return for the first time in 2.5 years. And this time, he's bringing company. Kai Smith will be making his Super Series debut as they become the first father-son duo to play in the same week. But there's stiff competition. Also making his debut, Cameron Carolison, one of the finest players from South Africa. WADC and Women's Week champion Gemma Hayter wants to get her hands on the trophy. As does Danny Van Tripe, the International Pairs Week champion. David Davies returns to the Live Lounge as he looks for a third consecutive Champions Week appearance. But one man stands in their way. The Dutch destroyer Vincent van der Voort makes his long-awaited Super Series debut, and he means business.
Next week's the final week of qualification through to the Champions Week here at Modus Super Series 11. Cameron Carolison is the South African star in Action Group A. Raymond Smith, the lineal champ, is back. Danny Van Tripe is looking to do it on his own this time after winning with his partner Jimmy Van Schie in the pairs. Vincent van der Voort, Gemma Hayter and Charlie Martin are part of a really good Group B campaign, whilst Kai Smith, Scott Bannerman and Dean Finn are in Group C. That gets underway from 9:30 on Monday morning here on the Pluto TV network. So we get into the realms of our next game. It's game 12. David Pallett already through. Takes on, excuse me, Johnny Barnes, who's already out.
I don't think we should forget about next week's group that Graham Jenkins is in that group. That is the son of Terry Jenkins. So we know what's going to happen in Portsmouth next week. We're going to see some fine darts from Graham, and he's going to be finding a lot of antique shops just like his dad.
I get the feeling we could do a bargain hunt series.
The one thing you don't want to do is go up against the Jenkins when it comes to trading. They know all the tricks.
First leg, it's David to throw
They're
first.
very astute
Game
people.
on.
And if there's something you want to find, they can find it.
You make it sound like a car boot A team.
98.
100%. I once said to Terry, if you can find
60.
something you think I like, just give me a call. I was in the middle of a golf course. I think it was on a Thursday morning. He said, I found something that you're going to like. I bought it for you. He sent me a picture and I said, yeah, I want that. He's just really good at finding stuff.
140.
So whether you're into vintage toys or furniture,
140.
Graham and Terry, they are your people.
Finders keepers, and it's kind of been a case of the losers be weepers to David Pallett so far in this particular group, because he has absolutely dominated things
58.
so far in this group. So just the one defeat to his name so far. That was that 4-3 loss to David Evans
60.
in the 6th game of the day.
One thing we do know now, because of that 4-0 victory for Evans, which really has changed things, this group and qualification from it,
45.
it is firmly in the hands of Evans now. There is nothing that Ricardo Ham and Adam Smith-Neale can do about it just now.
David Evans 160.
They are helpless.
And the Evans last game is against Richie Edwards. Pallett looking to set things up for the 160. He's done exactly that, and now he's got to be hopeful that Johnny Barnes does not find his first ton plus checkout of the day. He's not going to.
42.
Well, he's going to be reeling, isn't he, Barnes?
32.
After the way he played in his previous game, he was averaging north of 107. Missed 5 match starts to win, ended up losing 4-3.
I get the sense he'll look back at, oh my.
No score.
Well, that was diverted low.
Johnny requires 74.
See that deflection off the flight there? My word.
That was a huge ricochet as well. Is that a huge stroke of luck for Barnes?
58.
Yeah, I think he'll look back on this group, Johnny, with a real sense of what could have been.
Game shot on the
Pallett
first
pins
leg.
a double
David
16 to
Pallett.
go one up.
Second leg, it's Johnny to throw first.
Sometimes that can be very powerful, though. If you look back at that game that he had with Evans,
140.
3-0 up, playing the best starts of his week. Yes, he did lose that game 4-3. But be proud of the fact that you put yourself in the position to win.
140.
Now that David Pallett is through to tomorrow night's final, the way he's played over the course of the
55.
last couple of days, how would you rate his chances going into tomorrow evening?
I think he's got big chance. Because of one thing I've seen the last couple of days. He started both of his days really well. If you get off to a solid start, getting a first win, putting yourself in the semi-finals, we know that he's got the staying power over 5 games, so 4 shouldn't be a problem on Saturday night. His first 2 averages, and I'm talking about his first one from yesterday and his first one from today, 104.96 and 95.58. They are the kind of numbers that can do a lot of damage in a first game on a Saturday night.
60.
Well, Pallett will look to win the group just to avoid Steve Beaton. Being winning Group A, he'll play the runner-up of this group in the opening match tomorrow night.
No point avoiding anyone. If you want to win on Saturday night, just go through them all.
Johnny Eric 146.
And it is a very appetising looking Champions Week of the 10 names that we've got.
72.
You'd say you've got 9
David
players that have got
104.
proven CVs, and I think Richard McKee will probably look at this as an opportunity of a lifetime.
Because it is.
48.
And look, he was the first to say that he looked at the list of players and feels like he's the outsider, but he's going to embrace that tack. Barnes going to embrace this opportunity. No, he's not.
David
And so Pallett
56.
back for what should be 2 more for 2-0.
That was right in the middle.
Game shot on the
Having said
second
that,
leg.
that wasn't
David
far off
Pallett.
middle. But if that was a cricket bat, it would still hit the boundary.
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
I think you're right about McKee, though. Last week, who fancied him to win? Not many people. Everybody was talking about Boris. They were talking about Branley.
140.
Just so happened that they met each other in the semi-finals. So one of them was out the way.
60.
And Richard had to take care of the other one.
Yeah, it gets underway on Monday, August the 11th here
100.
on Pluto TV. Our second Champions Week that we are covering to you live since the move over to this network.
60.
Yeah, that was Jensen's night earlier this year. Is it going to be his night tonight? He's got work to do.
$122.
That was really interesting use of the 51, wasn't it? He's got 190
82.
left.
David Eric
And he goes for treble
139.
17. If he hits a single, he doesn't leave a finish.
Yeah.
He can do whatever he wants. He can do whatever he wants. Dave Pallett is a genius.
David Pallett. Fourth leg, it's Johnny to throw first.
Classic Pallett. Right there. He knows a dartboard better than about 99.9% of people on this earth.
And he does it all with this flashy flair in terms of what he hits at the ball, but in terms of his mannerism, just
92.
passes it off as if nothing's really happened.
Because this is what he does in his head
85.
first. He's the kind of person that gets lost and doesn't need a map to get home.
Well, he can map out
100.
his journey.
We haven't been short of 4-0 scorelines today, have we?
81.
There's been 5 of them. It was 5 yesterday as well.
57.
Unfortunately, most of them have been
100.
to the chagrin of Richie Edwards. There's definitely no flies on Pallett.
No, he's been the lord of the flights, though, hasn't he?
Only require 100.
Oh, that'd be a good nickname for someone. However, it might not be 4-0 this one, because the Barnstorm has got something to say about it.
It may well be just a stay of execution, or this could be a riposte at the beginning of something marginally bigger.
140.
He's going to have to take it out because that 140's left Pallett on 56.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Right in
Johnny
the
Barnes.
centre of the bed. Back to 3-1. Pallett forced to serve it out.
5th leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
You noticed how a lot of dart players are not in favour of having a collar anymore. There actually used to be a rule
95.
that stated you could only play if you had a collar on your shirt.
Yeah, it's been slightly relaxed. Now, you can't have, say, a round neck polo like what I'm
70.
wearing right now. You can't wear that. You've got to have some degree of collarness about it, but it doesn't have to be as formalistic as it was once upon a time.
Okay, so let's go back 25 years.
137.
There was a blanket rule in golf clubs, and I'm pretty sure it was
55.
cricket clubs as well, where if you went into the pavilion or the pro shop or the club itself, you had to have a collar, a traditional collar, on your shirt.
180.
Then Tiger Woods comes around, and he wears a round neck shirt, and everything changes.
100.
The only thing that changes right here is that Pallett might be going to 16 points.
He's got time.
49.
Plenty of time. Left himself tops
95.
after 12
Require 40.
to complete a 4-1 victory. Double 10 is found, and David Pallett just continues to roll away with this Group C. He beats Johnny Barnes by 4 legs twice. Another really good display. Average in excess of 94, doubling decent 4 out of 9. He had the 139 checkout as well. He's going to be a contender come tomorrow night. Make absolutely no mistake of that. We have a flash of the averages on your screen there. 4-1 win for David Pallett against Johnny Barnes. Evans and Edwards is next. So, 3 more games to go on this Friday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Porter. Before the break, David Pallett got the better of Johnny Barnes by 4-1. Adam Smith-Neale lost out 4-0 to Lee Evans, who now has his fortunes in his own hands. He takes on Richie Evans. Let's have a look at the table. We'll do some eye dotting and some T crossing for you. So, David Pallett is through. 16 points enough for him. Lee Evans will join him with a 4-0 or 4-1 win over the bottom place player Richie Edwards. And then if that was not to happen, it would be down to Ricardo Ham and Adam Smith-Neale to try and counteract in the last couple of matches. But we now head into this game between Evans and Edwards. And realistically speaking, you would expect on the form of both players today and yesterday for Lee Evans to get the job done. But look, Richie has won a game 4-0 today.
He has. And the chasing pack that does not include Lee Evans are seriously needing him to do that again. But he's having to do it against someone who has not lost today. The job was very, very clear for Evans come 1 o'clock this afternoon. He needed to have a blistering start and he needed to keep it going. Maybe he's had a little slice of luck today. But boy, has he used it well. One more job to do. And if he's anywhere close to what he did against Adam Smith-Neale in Game 11, he will probably cruise through to Saturday with Pallett and Beaton.
First leg against Lee to throw first. Game on.
Well, it's in his hands, and there was a point today where it looked like it was Ricardo Ham that was going to hold all the aces, but it's Lee Evans who may well have the last laugh. And what's it they say? Those who last... those who...
125.
I'll give you a do-over. I'll give you a mulligan, Henry.
Those who laugh last laugh the longest.
That's the way.
9.
It's been a long week, okay?
How about the fact that Lee Evans, if he does win this 4-0 or 4-1,
85.
he will set up the chance of winning a weekly title an awfully long time since his last.
120.
He's not won a weekly title in this building. We have to get that straight, because in Series 1, half of the combatants in the Champions Week came from Southampton because we were in between studios.
45.
But the 27th of August, 2022, that was when Lee Evans won
43.
a weekly title to get to Champions Week. He beat Neil Duff in the final by 4-1. It wasn't a classic final, but it was a win all the same.
56.
Yeah, I remember that week very well.
100.
That was a week where, because it was the last week before we were moving into this place, literally everybody was just like all hands to the pump. So there'd be days where some people would be in this building, some days people would be in another building. It was a crazy time.
That's show business.
140.
And that's a 140. Champions Week, Group A in Series 1 consisted of Lee Evans, Robert Owen, Graham Usher, the eventual
60.
champion Cohen and Whitehead, Chaz Barstow and Graham
Lee
Hall.
require 50.
All similar type players. For the first notch of 4 that he needs.
Game
Ideal start.
Lee Evans.
And even if he stays around that 18 dart mark, based on the numbers
Second
from
against
Edwards the
Richie to
last
throw
couple of
first.
days,
Game on.
9 times out of 10, it's good enough.
So Evans takes the opener.
46.
And for the likes of Ham and Smith-Neale, you just get the sense that they're basically hoping for a miracle here at this point.
100.
And Lee Evans hasn't been dishing out much to anybody else. Yes, he's had a ride when his coach says a little bit, but he's found ways of doing things. And you just get the sense he's probably going to find that way in this particular contest.
I don't know why, but it just feels like his experience has been invaluable over the last few hours.
Understated experience as well. Because we haven't seen him for a while, I think we forget how much he's played this format.
Correct.
139.
He is a forgotten player.
Well, it's how quickly things can change when suddenly you could be one of the main people and then suddenly things can go right. Think about someone like a Connor Scott, for example. Everybody was talking about him this time last year.
57.
It's kind of gone under the radar a little bit now.
Because he's not getting results. It's very much a now business, is sport. If you're not making
25.
headlines, it's because you're not doing great things. Lee Evans did qualify for Champions Night
190.
in this building in Series 1 with Josh Payne from Group C of that week. He left Peter Jakes, Chaz Barstow, Robert Owen and Gavin Carlin in his wake. So this is not his first rodeo in trying to get through Group C
43.
in this building. I think maybe drawing on that experience, even from essentially 3 years ago.
140.
Surely it's got to mean something.
$56.
Well, Edwards
Richie
here
McGuire,
in an
130.
okay position to take one back. Remember, Evans needs 4-0 or 4-1. So if Edwards wins this one, all of a sudden it gets very interesting.
23. Lee require 138.
He's had plenty of ton plus finishes today, like a 101, 108, 130.
58. Richie require
Edwards'
90.
biggest checkout came to end his first match. Double 15. That's more
shot
like
the
it from
second
Richie, and that
out.
is a huge
Richie
leg.
Edwards.
We're seeing glimpses today, aren't we, of
Phil
Richie?
against Lee to throw
Seeing
first.
glimpses of
Game
a player that played at Lakeside all them years ago.
But that is a big leg win, isn't it? Because if Evans wants to go through automatically without looking at the last two results, he needs to win the next 3 legs straight.
140.
Ricardo Ham takes on David Pallett. So in terms of that opposition, he will hope that David could do him a favour. But Adam Smith-Neale takes on Johnny Barnes in the final game of the group.
That's the big danger.
100.
Adam's been playing some good stuff today. Johnny, it's quite difficult to get a read because it's been a little bit in and out for him today.
I know Adam did lose to Evans in his previous game, but he did average 95.
100.
There's been a massive footprint this week of people from Warwickshire. Steve Beaton, originally from Coventry.
100.
Jensen Walker. And look at Dave Pallett now. He's in that region.
Jeremy Atkins in Group B.
140.
Playing with Trina Gulliver darts.
Lee require 161.
Where does this match go from here? Left again.
That's been his miss this week. When he's missed left.
82. Richie
It's not bad.
require 161.
Could have been a lot worse. 51. Would have left the bull.
97. Lee requires 79.
Is there a possibility of automatic qualification? Or does Edwards get a chance to make Evans think?
So all Richie can do is just pose the questions of Lee Evans. But there's 2 darts at double 11. Which he doesn't take, and all of a sudden, Richie Edwards is going to pose that question of Lee Evans. He's going to say to him, you might head through, but I'm not going to be your sacrificial lamb, pal.
48.
Well, they were close to the wire, but neither could find a way through. Evans, free in hand, at double 11.
22.
Your aim point here is just outside this double 11 wire. Work your way in cautiously. Oh, he's not quite there.
Richie requires
I thought
60.
he was measuring that to perfection.
Well, you can see what he's trying to do with the in-off, and it almost paid off. And guess where Richie Edwards is headed? For the double 11, which is exactly what Lee Evans wants to hit right now.
Someone's been sleeping in my bed.
Game shot on the third leg. Lee Evans.
Well, the reaction from Evans is pretty organic. He just had two double 11s hit. One wins the leg, one lost the leg.
And all of a sudden, Lee Evans' automatic hopes are still just about hanging in there.
60.
This is not a good game. But you can understand it. Edwards' confidence has been very close to the floor most of this group. And Evans,
81.
His head right now is not necessarily in the shed. But he's trying to wrestle with his own emotions because I'm sure he knows what he's got to do.
And look, let's be honest as well. For someone like Lee, it's been a while since he's been in a position like this. He spoke to us earlier on this morning. The last few years have been about just scraping enough money to get by. Just nicking the odd win here or there on the Pro Tour. Hasn't been about winning things or doing tangible stuff. This is the first time he's pitted himself in this situation for a while. And as experienced as he is, you can probably attest for this yourself.
57.
When you're not used to doing something that you're once so used to doing, it can take you a little while to get your brain back into focus to that situation.
Absolutely. There are times in your career where competition is just
94.
normal. The stresses and strains of beating people and trying to get yourself up tables and things like that, it just feels like normal. But then when you've had a layoff for whatever reason, you come back to it and it feels alien. Edwards just will not leave Evans alone.
Lee, you require 146.
Well, Edwards has already had 64. He missed it twice on double 8 and then missed it again by hitting double 11. Is history going to repeat itself?
49.
Or is Evans going to get a chance to extend his lead to 3-1?
Well, they say that history sometimes paints the picture for how the future is going to look. Is history going to paint the picture for how the future of this game's going to look? Because Richie Edwards has missed a dart to level up at 2-2. And if Evans takes his 97 out, he'll be throwing for a place into tomorrow night. That's how quickly the pendulum can swing.
Tops. Plays another little tune. He doesn't like that note.
Richie require 32.
Edwards is not going to bust this.
Could leave a sour note. A very, very sour note. Open bed, may not mind this.
28. Lee require
If I may say so,
10.
Lee Evans, if he makes Saturday night, on Friday he has had a rabbit's foot in his pocket.
Game show on the
He's
fourth
within
leg.
one leg of qualification
Lee
now,
Evans.
but my word, has he had some fortune.
Fifth leg, it's Lee to
And
throw
he
first.
knows it.
Game on.
I'll tell you what, look at the amount of chalk he has on his hands. He looks like he's about to bench press a bus.
You know how I feel about chalk. It's a very polarizing thing on the dartboard.
It's not so much chalk, it's like a resin which is kind of similar to
140.
chalk. But definitely looks like he's about to powerlift something.
The problem with chalk is that it spits.
140.
It tends to hit the board and it spits away from the barrels, your hand, that kind of thing, and it can affect somebody else's throat. But if he's using a resin, that is
57.
similar to chalk. It will have the same desired effect, but it won't spit. Now look at the board. Can you see any residue on that board? None.
84.
So he's not interfering with the playing surface.
Unlike others.
We know some other people do use chalk. Well, it didn't work very well there. But look on the bright side, Lee. An 18 is better than a 1.
$52. $97.
It's a good switch from Edwards. This is going to be his last game in this group. I'd be fascinated to see if he can make his way back here and improve the next time. It's going to be a steep climb to get back to the Modus Super Series for him.
But look, we see players like Marvin van Velzen in the past struggle on their first appearance. They qualify again and they're a better version of themselves because of it.
Like you've said a few times over the last 2 days, Henry, this is no laughing matter for Evans. He now has a chance
83
to qualify.
Lee, you require 112.
And he has been the king of the Ton Plus checkout today. 4 of them. All told during the session. A 5th right here, right now, would be enough for him to qualify through to Saturday. He played in the first ever Champions Week here. He'd be hoping to return to another 10, but that's a big slip.
97.
What happens next? Treble 18, is it? He does have the option of double 19 here. This chance is a lot easier. This should yield a dart
67.
for a perfect day. 4 wins from 4. If it becomes 5 out of 5 at this visit, Lee Evans will be the 3rd name in the Week 11 finals night. And he's missed the single at just the wrong time.
And an ironic Gildo-esque thumbs up. Because he knows that that was an opportunity and he has squandered it.
35. Richie require 40.
And this is why round-robin darts can be so compelling at times.
Richie Edwards.
Because Richie Edwards has been out of the conversation to qualify himself for so long. However, what he could do is stop Lee Evans from making it through. And all of a sudden, yes, that's the second leg which stops him from qualifying automatically, Lee. But Edwards has the darts here to send us all the way. And if we get to 3-3, who knows what could happen from there?
Johnny Barnes is on 2 points in this table, as is Edwards. A win for Edwards would get him off the bottom, provisionally, ahead of Barnes playing Adam Smith-Neale in game 15. But now it's just about getting those 2 points. Put the pressure on Ham and Adam Smith-Neale. They are still going to have to do an awful lot
100
if Evans wins this leg, but Edwards is causing problems now. Better rhythm from Evans. And look what happens when he gets the rhythm right.
180.
I just wonder whether he's been a little bit too staccato for his own liking at points in this game.
$40.
Advantage Evans. And no, that's not Dan Evans. Advantage Lee.
Now, if this ends 4-2,
41.
Ricardo Ham would be forced into a position where he'd have to beat David Pallett by 4 legs to 0.
Funnier things have happened.
50.
Although, again, it's not a laughing matter.
Yeah, I'm not sure Lee would exactly find the funny side of it.
84.
Well, there goes the 84. He was thinking about leaving 50 there.
45.
This just keeps things a little bit more interesting, doesn't
McGuire
it?
100.
Evans is likely to qualify if he hits this. Oh, that's a great dart. Double 10 for those 2 points.
And those 2 points for Lee Evans. It's not an automatic qualification as of yet, but it is almost there. It means that Ricardo Ham has to win by 4-0 against David Pallett. It also means that Adam Smith-Neale mathematically is incapable of catching Lee Evans. So that's the tale of the tape. A full 2 win for Lee Evans. He'll have to sit and wait patiently, and he'll have to hope David Pallett wins a leg against Ricardo Ham next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Two more games to go here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, Lee Evans got the better of Richie Edwards by 4-2. Now that means that Lee Evans is almost there, but he has to rely on David Pallett to pick up a leg, any leg, against Ham in game 14 of the day. Adam Smith-Neale has been eliminated following that win for Lee. So that game against Johnny Barnes will be nothing more than a dead rubber in the last. So this, the last game where there is consequence on the line. For Ricardo Ham, he needs a clean sweep of Pallett, who will win this one, Sir Asset?
66.
I think the one thing we can recognise right now, ahead of getting into this one, is just how crucial it was for Lee Evans to beat Adam Smith-Neale by 4-0.
100.
That effectively, that one result in the last 90 minutes has put Adam Smith-Neale out and put Evans
40.
very much on the cusp. That, as you can see, Ham needs 2 more points and he needs 4 legs without reply. Smith-Neale is going to be
57.
outside the top 2 come what may.
And in fairness, Adam Smith-Neale didn't play badly in that game against Lee Evans. Averaged
45.
95 and change. But you have to give credit to somebody like Lee Evans. He's just got this innate ability of when he needs to pull something out, he manages to do exactly that. And when it comes to a Saturday
100.
scenario here at the Super Series, I cannot stress enough how invaluable that could be. When we get clutch, when we get to a scenario where maybe in his last group game, he needs a result in some
24.
instances, or we get to a semi-final and he needs to pull something out the fire, maybe 3-2 down or something. I think that's what makes him a potentially really dangerous contender tomorrow night. However, first problem, Steve Beaton,
100.
game 1.
Like I've said, you've got to go through everybody if you want the title.
Steve's still looking for his first weekly win here, and I didn't think we'd get to the
50.
1st of August and
David
we'd be
McGuire,
saying that
144.
Steve hasn't won a tournament here yet.
Robert Thornton waited a long time. Dave does not want to wait. That
Game
144
shot
checkout
the first
is
leg.
sensational, and
David
that sends Lee
Pallett.
Evans through to Saturday
So
with
that
him.
is David to throw first.
I think what we
Game on.
learned there is how classy an operator Ricardo Ham is. He's given us some good darts this week. He knew that he had to win 4-0. He knew that his opponent fired in St. Brilliant to knock him out, but he was the first person to respect what Pallett had done.
121.
And so Lee Evans will join David Pallett into the final. And for Ricardo Ham, well,
43.
unfortunately, he couldn't save his bacon in this final game.
I am not surprised to see Evans and Pallett make it through this group, because this entire series has been about experience. You go through all of the weekly winners. You talk about Scott Taylor,
100.
Jeff Smith, Shane McGurk, John O'Shea, and more. Maybe with the exception of Richard McKay a little bit. But they are names and they have stories.
60.
This maybe wouldn't be the biggest thing they've ever done, because they've already got a great deal of apprenticeship time.
And it should also be stated now, whoever gets through, and this is without any disrespect to Ricardo at all, because he's played some good stuff this week. Whoever wins this week, when you look at the players involved tonight, and B, and you look at whoever's through, there's going to be another one that joins. And do you know what? Sometimes
28.
I've got to try and say this in a way that's not demeaning of Richard McKee, because he's a quality operator. But every Champions League needs a Richard McKee. That ADC qualifier that gets through, upsets the apple cart, and has that opportunity
100.
of a lifetime to play for prize money of a lifetime.
Yeah, I agree with that. You've got to earn your way there, and Richard has.
It's not an invitational.
45. David, you require 120.
We won't go down that barrel. 2-0 Pallett potentially incoming. If he can find double top to climb the ladder. Ladder climbed.
on the second leg.
2 legs won,
David
2 ton
Pallett.
plus checkouts, just routinely David Pallett.
He made that look easy. It was anything but. The only clean shot he had there was the treble 20. Even the single wasn't easy. And as for the double,
60.
order up. Anybody would take that tops on a platter. Exceptional player.
Well, Pallett is painting a pretty picture here, isn't he?
140.
This is exceptional. He started off his campaign with an absolute destruction of Ricardo Ham. He could be ending this group with a destruction of Ricardo.
I think this game for Ricardo right now is very difficult, because at the start of the game, his adrenaline would have been very, very high. Now it disappears, and your body
128.
is like an overcooked piece of spaghetti. It just feels a little bit sapped.
And forgive maybe a little bit of ignorance here, but I'm going to assume Ricardo Ham has not played in a game with this type of scenario and permutations on looking.
Not that we can think of.
Last time he was here, he went out kind of early on, and so he wouldn't have had this potential situation. So it's difficult to wonder, actually, how do you approach a game like this after you know that you've gone out the competition and you're just trying to fulfill?
45.
This one looks academic at this stage.
45.
Had a 144. Had a 120. That is just so Dave. Do your maths, everyone. 54 off 145 is what? 91.
41. David, you record
Who goes
56.
treble 18 first on 145? Just go 6 bull, Dave.
He's having some fun. Not sure Ricardo's having fun.
Shot on the third leg.
But David definitely
David
is, and he's going to be doing some Saturday night flighting.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first.
Are we starting to see a bit of a relationship between treble 18 and Dave Pallett emerge? He seems to have a very big affinity with it.
But if you remember when he was having that
81.
purple patch around about 10 years ago, we mentioned it yesterday. He's not a man who switches to 19s. If he switches to 18s. And when he was at his best, his dexterity around that treble 18 region was one of his key strengths. And maybe it's just saying as small as that, finding that cover shooting a little bit better, was maybe just that extra 1%. And sometimes when you find that extra 1%, you find that extra little bit of confidence that comes with it. $
140.
This game looks very much like 99% bread in a toaster. Looking like
86.
toast.
Well, if this
David,
was
you require
a general
140.
election, they would have conceded the argument by now. Okay, Dave.
That would have been so much fun if you hit 2 bulls for tops. I think even Ham's thinking, ooh, that was a spicy meatball. Look at Dave. Not even a flicker.
Well, for Ricardo, it's been great to have him this week. Sorry he bored on with all the Ham jokes, but I'm sure we'll see him again another time soon. But for David Pallett, 666. Oh!
No score. Ricardo requires 75.
I don't think we expected that.
I don't think anybody was expecting that. Are we expecting this?
35.
Back
David,
to
you
square
require
one
15.
for Pallett.
And it may well rectify any chances of him getting a ton plus average in this game. That's irrelevant. The win's the most important thing. And win was exclusively what David Pallett did in this group. Only the one defeat, 18 points for DP. And he comfortably into Saturday night. Barnes, Smith-Neale's next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's the moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
To return to Champions Week.
Go!
And at long last, John O'Shea.
He thinks it's over. I think a lot of people do. And it is with his management of the board. And it really has been spot on. Just like the last 5 darts.
Games up. And the
What a display from that man right there. But he's starting to look like a winner.
Twice. 3 times a 9 darter for Conor Heenahan. Who's going to be the lucky players representing the Republic of Ireland? We will find out on Saturday evening as part of our live broadcast darts here on Pluto TV. 7:30 the transmission time, and that will be for our Week 11 finals. So we know the players from this group that are now through to those finals. We've seen David Pallett round off his campaign with a 4-0 win against Ricardo Ham. 96.97 average, 4 from 6 on his doubles. Couple of ton plus checkouts, including a 144. He's going to be joined alongside Lee Evans back into a first finals night here in a couple of years. And so for Johnny Barnes and Adam Smith-Neale, it is all about rounding off their weekly campaigns with a win. For Johnny, he's been with us since
Johnny to throw first. Game
Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. for Group A. And there were signs following his first few days' exploits in that group that, yes, the points total and the points return
100.
wasn't exactly what he would have wanted, but there was enough by way of evidence to suggest that maybe he'd have better joy this time around. But truth be
139.
told, Paul Nicholson, it hasn't really happened for him this week.
No, it really hasn't, unfortunately for Johnny, but
55.
there have been bright sparks, and that's what he should take back to Darlington. It's a long way from Portsmouth, I don't know whether he's going to stick around and watch tomorrow's finals just to get a little bit of inspiration. But if he goes back to the northeast of England over the next few hours,
123.
he should be proud of the way he's played. He's stuck to his task. He's not complained at any point. And he's putting some big finishes.
98.
I think for him, this is going to be absolutely invaluable experience. As I say, because of his position in the ADC Order of Merit, there is a likelihood he's going to be back here for the end of year Global Championship. And so actually, this will see him in good stead for that. And it's going to be a shorter competition as well, the Global, because
104. Johnny
you get one day to get into the top 4 for the first phase and the top 1 in the second phase to get yourself through.
98. Adam,
clipping a wire, but the wrong one and on the wrong side. Double 10 for Adam.
50.
Who will be licking his wounds a little bit as well. That's a nice find there from Barnes.
Johnny Barnes.
Barnes finds the back of the net, you could say.
Second leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
Better get them out now because he's not sticking around.
He is not. The boots will be put away following this one for Johnny Barnes.
Interesting stance he's got as well. Very narrow.
100.
Almost looks like he's standing up straight. You see most players like Adam, they've got one foot addressing the oche and the other one behind as balance. But look at Johnny there. It's like he's standing up straight. Actually looks conventional,
100.
but in darting terms, it's very unconventional.
It's just so laissez-faire, isn't it? Just as if, oh, I'm going to go up, have a chuck 3, and that's it.
Yeah, he dresses the oche with the right foot, and then the left one drags across the carpet and actually joins
85.
the right foot. I can get behind it. As long as you've got good balance, nothing wrong with it.
100.
This game is not slow.
100.
They're going at a fair pace, these two, and paciest out the traps is Johnny Barnes. But we did see that burst, didn't we, in that game against Lee Evans, and he wasn't able to sustain it for the full course, the full duration of the match.
56.
Tops goes a begging for 2-zip. Smith-Neale has taken out a 147, but he's not going to find a 148. There was a point today where actually we thought that Adam Smith-Neale could be the player in the box seat, particularly after the 109 average
10.
which he got against Ricardo. And then from that point onwards, it just went wrong for him.
10. Johnny
Barnes is not going to be elevating his way up the table via a win. But a win he could get because he's at the halfway point of getting it. Smith-Neale, if he wins this match, he could steal third position.
$100.
From this position, he's going to have to win either 4-0 or 4-1. And that was difficult for Lee Evans to do against the bottom place player just a couple of matches ago.
Well, we thought it was a cut and dry deal for Lee Evans to get that 4-0, 4-1 win against Richie. Also, but ends well for him in the end because he's going to be into tomorrow night's final.
104.
It just goes to show, even when you've got a player that's struggling and languishing down the bottom end of the group, nothing is a foregone conclusion.
100.
No such thing in sport.
97.
You can have the world's best pole vaulter smashing world records pretty much every week like Mondo Duplantis.
55.
But imagine if he's in the Olympic final and his pole snaps.
That is a scary thought.
136. $100. Adam, you required 28.
Double 14.
Game shot the
13 data. All seems so simple now, doesn't it? Hasn't shown a great deal of emotion this week, Adam. He's been playing a very low-key game.
Just keeping himself to himself and...
34.
Maybe this is just the beginning of a rebuild for Adam. I think it's been well documented
78.
things that have happened in recent times. And look, for every player, when things don't quite go according to plan, you do need to kind of scratch that surface again and begin from the bottom upwards.
Well, if you are Barnes and Smith-Neale heading home after this,
85.
do you go home or do you go to Leicester?
Well, for Johnny, Leicester's on his way back home. But yeah, I'd be playing that. Because, particularly for someone like Johnny, because of his position in the ADC Order of Merit, the Championship Tour points count towards his main UK Order of Merit. And because all the other players in and around him are playing in those tournaments, 100%, because you may lose your league positioning.
135.
For Adam, I think if he could win one of them, I think that'd be a great kickstart for him.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Barnes getting to Leicester tonight, get in a hotel, get a beautiful night's sleep, and then start tomorrow.
96.
But it is crucial after playing for 5 straight days that you have a good rest. Smith-Neale will be a lot sharper
94.
because he's played less days. Is he level?
54.
He might not
Johnny
be.
requires 64.
To go 3-1 up. Double 16.
32. Adam, you require 40.
So Smith-Neale to square us up at 2-2. Looking at double top and now double 10.
Game
double
shot
10
on
is
full
good.
flag.
And this
Adam
game
Smith-Neale.
is back on level terms.
You gave us a tungsten teaser. We haven't had the answer yet.
Looks like it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to keep you hanging on a little bit longer.
140.
Don't tease us too long. You might look at those barrels that Smith-Neale has and think they're a bit of a strange colour. Well, when he first started using them, they were black.
45.
They had an onyx coating on the outside. But even smooth darts do chip away.
125. 43. 39.
I'm not really sure what happened to that one. Did it hit the flight first?
$85.
Adam will be leaving us at the end of this game. But he does so having put in the best average of the week and the quickest game. So he has left an indelible mark here over the last couple of days.
100. Adam, you reckon 120.
Not the kind of mark that he wanted to leave. Tried to go for 3 double tops, I see.
60. Johnny, you require 88.
No bullseye shot. It's not the first time that Barnes has missed a single today.
40.
In fact, he's not the only person to have missed a single. See? Because Adam's just done it as well.
Game
but it makes no difference. He gets a break of throw and is now 3-2 to the good. Barnes might leave today without a win.
Game on. 125. 85.
That's got to be the driving motivation right now for Barnes. He doesn't want his last day to be winless.
140.
Because there have been times over the last few days where he has played beautifully.
85.
But you can play 3 great legs. You can average 150 over 3 legs, but if you don't get that 4th leg, it's not a victory, not in this format.
83. 100. Adam, you require 153.
Time is running out on the day. And this might be the end shot.
135.
18 left to leave with a win.
Double 9 left for Adam Smith-Neale to get over the line
92.
by
Adam, you require
4
80.
legs to 2. Double 4. Gets the job done for Adam Smith-Neale. He departs with a win. He's not going to depart with a place into Saturday night. The damage there was done earlier on in the day, but he does end his campaign with a win against Johnny Barnes, and he completes it with a 4-2 victory. That the tail of the tape. Smith-Neale 4, Barnes 2 at the end of this Group C campaign. Well, it was all academic in the end for David Pallett in terms of making it through to tomorrow night's final. He won 9 out of his 10 games. He qualified through first. It wasn't quite as easy for the players that were fighting for second position. In the end, it was Lee Evans who was actually aided and abetted by that 4-0 win for David Pallett in game 14 of the session that has booked his place through to a first finals in 2.5 years. We can confirm that now by having a look at the table. David Pallett top of the pile, 18 points to his name. Lee Evans on 14. It was Adam Smith-Neale and Ricardo Ham who were the two players that were trying to chase him. And then we go a long way back to see Johnny Barnes and Richie Edwards sharing just a win apiece. Paul Nicholson's with me here in the studio to look back on what we have seen over the course of the afternoon. And look, it was dominated by one player, start to finish, and that name
was David Pallett.
Yeah, he brought pretty much the same stuff as yesterday, didn't he? He was head and shoulders above everybody else. We did see flashes from other people, obviously from Adam with the 109 average. We saw great stuff from Lee Evans at times, but Dave was Mr. Consistent, and that's what you've got to do in this format. He's done it before, he's done it again, and his participation in Saturday was just a matter of time. I love the way he's approaching the game at the minute. He's got a plan, and he's executing it a lot of the time.
This is, and we're not just putting this out there for the sake of saying it, this is genuinely the best we've seen of David Pallett in years, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And it's great to see because he's such an exciting person to play and a great person to watch. I mean that when I say that. I've got a terrible record against Dave, but every time I played him, it was an event. It just felt like something was going to happen. He's got that kind of aura. He's got that superstar quality, and it's just a question of whether it comes out. But over the last couple of days, it really has felt like he's discovered something again.
How likely a contender could he be tomorrow night?
He's got to be close to favourite. I know that Steve Beaton won Group A, and he did so in fine style. But the levels that we're seeing from Pallett, maybe just a little bit more than Steve. I think they could be on a collision course at some point, and I can't wait to see that happen. I'd like to see them play each other, but as to whether that happens, we'll just have to tune in.
In terms of Lee Evans' day, I think it's a very difficult one to assess because he did the job that he needed to do. He completed the card. There was some good performances in there, but I think he'll also admit there was times where he really did have to ride his luck.
He did some good stuff, but if he was sitting here right now, he'd say, I have used up a great deal of my luck quota for the week in one day. Because if you think about the game against Johnny, for example, he really should have beat him and beat him handsomely. He wasn't able to get him done. And then Lee's qualities, this ability to grind and with a gritty determination, he was able to get through 4-3. And 4-3 was his favourite scoreline at the start of the day, getting the points. And then when he was able to get that big victory against Adam, he didn't just help himself, but he absolutely paralysed the chances of others.
Ricardo Ham. Now, we waxed lyrical about him yesterday, and so we should have. He played some decent stuff, but did perhaps a little bit of a lack of experience of being in this stage of the week, trying to get through to us, did that kind of tell towards the end?
It seems that way, doesn't it? We haven't spoken with Ricardo a great deal this week, but my inkling, like you, is that when it came to the crunch, it just wasn't there. I think he fought valiantly at points today, but you saw with the last game where he needed to win with a clean sweep game of 4-0, it just wasn't there. Now, even in the first leg, he was dominated from the off against Dave Pallett. But I'd like to see in moments like that some composure and a little bit of quality, and it just didn't seem to be there in his last game of the week.
In terms of Adam Smith-Neale and his campaign, we saw the 109, excellent stuff from him. We saw some other good performances. Maybe a little bit of a lack of match action, maybe creeping up at points, maybe costing him a bit?
Potentially. This performance he had a little earlier on was very encouraging. You're taking out 147 against the main man of this group, but his ability to put in a 4-0 victory averaging nearly 110, and it probably should have been a little bit more than that. It does prove to Adam that the game is in there. So if that's something he can take away from this place this week, well done. But that's not the name of the game here. It's knitting a campaign together. It's not turn up, win one game and leave. It's turn up twice over 2 days and getting more points than most. And he wasn't able to do that.
So we know half of the field for tomorrow night's final now. Steve Beaton won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. He's probably somewhere sunning himself up on a golf course somewhere, probably in preparation for tomorrow night's final. David Pallett and Lee Evans winning through Group C this afternoon. And then tonight we're going to come to a culmination with Group B. And this is how the table looks at the halfway stage of that. Jamie Atkins needs just the one win tonight to guarantee of his place through to the finals. Jensen Walker, the defending champion, on 4, alongside Jurjen van der Velde, the World Youth finalist from last year. Jim McEwen won his first game but lost his last 3 because Quantock with just a solitary win from his night as well. In terms of Jamie Atkins, we're expecting him to get the job done, really, aren't we?
Yes, we are, but it doesn't mean he's going to. We've just seen today that people can play well and not yield a great deal of points. We know that because everybody's got points in Group B, Jamie just needs one win. And if he gets it in the first game, you'll see him completely off the leash and he'll probably find another level. Curiously, he's got Jensen Walker first. If he wins that game and Jensen loses it, Jensen's in a bit of bother. But I feel for Chris Quantock. His draw is that he starts in game 3. So other people are going to be yielding points before he even throws a dart in anger. That's a tough spot to be in.
In terms of Jurjen, I think he could be the player to look out for. You look at his numbers for last night, very good. He's been steady throughout the course of the week. Could he be the one maybe to go under the radar in this group?
I don't think he's going to go under the radar. I think someone of his integrity and his ability, he's going to come here. Yes, he's on debut and he's in the middle of the pack. But I think his focus level was very much there last night. He knows that this is the final furlong. It's his last chance to make a Saturday on his debut campaign. So he's going to have to start well. If he gets into a bit of a sticky wicket situation, he's going to have to fight his way out of it. So his fighting qualities are going to be on display.
We've said it's a series where the big guns have really fired so far. And you look at the players that qualify through, particularly this Group C, you've got people with proven quality, proven experience through.
Yeah, that's what the series is all about. As soon as Jeff Smith was winning week 1, we thought, what kind of series are we going to have? And as each week just went by, I think you're getting Scott Taylor, and then you're getting John O'Shea, and then Shane McGuire, and you think, hang on, there's a bit of a narrative here. All these people have done something in their career, or they've done it here. So they've got this extraordinary level of experience of winning and success. It could turn out to be the best lineup we've ever had based on reputation.
Nico, as ever, thank you very much. We'll see you later on tonight. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Coming up after the break, we're going to see the latest edition of the Break of Throws series that features some of the craziest throws in the sport. Then we've got the Tungsten Talk series to keep you entertained until we go live at 10 o'clock tonight, where Jim McEwen finds himself in a spot of bother. Won his first game, lost his last 3. Work for him to do. That's tonight from 10. And then David Pallett is going to be one of the 6 names that are going to be participating in tomorrow night's finals. That's live from 7:30 p.m. here on Pluto TV. Well, it was David Pallett who was perfect on Thursday. He got the job done on Friday. And it was Lee Evans who had the last laugh. And those who have the last laugh the longest. We'll see you tonight from 10. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish. What a man. The drum roll finishes. And the target is... And that was
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push. Dirty Harrison!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So we see the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion,
champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow.
You